आया। अब इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है यार? हो गया लाइव। हो क्या?
Are you listening to me?
मूव करा, रिमोट का कैमरा मूव कर देता।
As this our university rituals to start any program with Colgate, so I would like to, I request everyone to stand on their respective place for Colgate.
conference will help us to join us for an insightful exploration of contemporary shifts in literary and cultural paradigm at our event. Reappraising literary and cultural episteme, recent trends in postmodernism. Postmodernism, once a transformative force, challenging established norms across diverse disciplines, has faced speculation about its demise. Since the last 1980s, this gathering examines this pivotal moment, delving into how postmodernism rejected grand narratives as exemplified by Angela Carter's workers like The Bloody Chamber, subverting societal norms. However, today, a curious phenomena emerges, an apparent resurgence in historical engagement and mythic storytelling, contradicting prior postmodernist diversions. Join us as we navigate inaugural session.
Thank you, Vanshika. Now, I would like to call Dr. Sudhir Narayan Sen, Associate Professor and Head, Humanities and Social Science Department, for welcome address as convener.
Good morning, all the dignitaries and Honorable Chief Patron, convener, Chairperson, and Member Secretary of NDLI Club. And I would also like to take students and delegation from KIPM College of Management, Gida, Gorakhpur. At the same time, LNJH, Government Girls College, Himachal Pradesh, Una, and the Una Himachal Pradesh, and the Achievers Foundation for English Studies, Bhadohi, and few delegates from Punjab University, and dignitaries and keynote speakers from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, Aditi College, Aditi Mahavidyalaya, Delhi University, and University of Allahabad, and at the same time, dignitaries connected all across the corners of India. At the same time, I would like to take this opportunity to raise a few small points and on postmodernism. Postmodernism stands the reaction to modernism, modernist ideology. When Second World War came, after that, people started thinking in new direction. A lot many reasons may be because at the time I would like to take an example. Then when a person invented atom bomb, he thought that he is doing a great job for this, for saving the humanity, for safety purpose. But at the same time, when nuclear bomb was detonated, at that time this question became a, a big void, created a big void amongst humanity, that whether mankind is safe or not, and whether science is true or not. When in terms of scientific knowledge we talk about atom, so atom we thought that the smallest unit, but at the same time when cutting it further, electron, proton, and neutron came. Then people started thinking and questioning poetic justice and natural justice, and the ideology, like in postmodern thoughts, a lot many things started cropping up, whether God is there, whether poetic justice is there, what is ultimate reality, one reality is surpassing the other reality, what is truth, what is post truth, and what is hyper reality. because even the whole history, sociology, and science was challenged at a time, because a lot many new thinking started coming. The first thing was challenge truth, because truth became very personal. Truth of a person is relative, and truth of the society is, another thing. People may say even media theory was challenged. Objectivity, thought of objectivism was also challenged. And at that point, it became quite difficult to rethink, reinvestigate that what is human and what does it mean to be alive mankind. Because if we look in terms of biology, if somebody is breathing, he is alive. But when is it life? Whether life means the same? Dictionary tell that breathing in, breathing out, species are alive. Then there came a lot many concepts. Ecofeminism, eco-criticism, eco-linguistics is the very interesting thing. When it said that culture of power and subculture started cropping up. When we started talking, like when we were a colony, so superculture, subculture and superculture imposed. But when we talk in terms of eco-linguistics, you will realize that the natural languages are designed by the nature for the people of the speakers of that language. In that way, there became a big challenge. And then modern days, people started going for looking at the planet and planetary studies. When people started talking about planetary studies, then uh, after that people started thinking like planet is getting hotter and hotter, warmer and warmer, and sometime people say that earth is going to look like Mars. Mars is also considered as a red planet. So whether it is a when earth will be red and its temperature will rise, because the serious bombing on of Israel and recent wars, Hamas and even Russia and Ukraine, led us to ponder over the question that they are doing everything in the name of safeguard themselves, but who will be safe? Then at the same time, flora and fauna, what about that? We are cutting a tree and preparing a piece of paper, cutting another tree, preparing a pen, and cutting some herbs and preparing ink. And with that pen, with that ink on that paper, we are writing "Save the Tree" for environment safety. What an irony! Is it real? Is this discourse is real? We need to think that way. Somewhere ecological concerns are there, and saving the earth and safeguarding it to make it live worthy is a big challenge before the science, before the uh, technology, and before the people on this planet. Otherwise, ultimately, we will have to re-question. Then modernism tends a tendency, but postmodernism tends a tendency of questioning all, questioning everything all around. What could be the solution? Then people started look east policy, and when they started looking eastward, then there came an ideology that Indian traditional knowledge system, and our traditional knowledge system is yet to be explored, and even history is challenged, because what is historical or what is being visualized in newspaper or in television, is it true, or is it, there is nothing can be called objective? Objectivity itself is surpassed. So I hope that deliberations on 2 days long, this 2 days long conference will enable us to lead towards asking up, answering some of the questions. A lot many questions are cropping now, but ultimately who could give the final answer? Because no answer can be ultimate until we are about to reach to some sustainable conclusion. And for that purpose, this postmodernist thought, this postmodernist ideology and questioning ability, I hope that some solution, some answers, practical answer, workable answer, sustainable answer will come out of this conference. We as an engineering institution from the Forum of Humanities and Social Science Department, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, aspiring uh, aspiring and the all conference chairperson and organizing secretary Mr. Raman Jaswalji. We are aspiring to look for certain answers and debating these questions. We know that there cannot be only one answer of any question, but definitely we will be, if this conference is marching towards even an iota of finding the answer in from the knowledge domain of all over the globe, we will be happy and will feel that we have done a creditable job. Ultimately, I welcome our chief guest of the inaugural ceremony, Esterine Kire, a very renowned Naga celebrated author. She will be connecting us as inaugural chief guest from Norway, and her deliberation, uh, who used to tell that our literature is also, you know, confiscated, our language is imprisoned, and that dominance of linguistics of English language on the local language of Naga, it is her big concern. And I take this opportunity from this forum to welcome Ma'am Esterine Kire from Norway. I would like to welcome the delegations from Nigeria, United Kingdom, and people who are connected from many more countries, neighboring countries. And I have been intimated that delegations from uh, Kenya and Nigeria and other countries. If I forget anybody's name, please pardon. I I am thankful to the keynote speakers of the day, and we are having our MOU partner, Dr. Javeer Pratap Singh ji, and Professor S.C. Jaiswal, who shared his opinion to invite the people, and we are having all the student partners from our partnering institution, KIPM College of Management, Gida Gorakhpur. At the same time, I welcome our conference patron, Professor Aruna Varadwaj, Principal, Lala Jagat Narayan, Himotkars Government Girls Degree College, Kotla Khurd, Himachal Pradesh. And at the same time, I extend a warm welcome to conference chairman, Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandeji from lovely Professional University, Punjab. And at the same time, I am humbled to express my thanks at the same time to my very dear teacher from my alma mater, Professor K.M. Pandey, Professor Department of English, Banaras Hindu University. It is because of his blessings we are what we are today. And we are able to do whatsoever little because of our professors. Then we are having keynote address too from Professor Ninu Kumar, Department of English, Aditi Mahavidyalaya, University of Delhi. At the same time, professors from University of Allahabad, and our chief guest, I welcome her, Dr. Esterine Kire, Indian origin, author, poet, presently living in Norway. And at the same time, I will take this opportunity to welcome Registrar Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, though he is not physically present here. It is because of his support. And then after that, I welcome our President, who will be joining later on for his presidential address, our chief patron, Professor Dr. J.P. Saini sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, who will be connecting with us later on for his presidential address. And at the same time, let me take this opportunity to welcome professors from Department of Chemistry, Department of Mathematics, and our advisor of this, one of the senior advisors of this event, Professor Arjun Dubey sir, Professor Emeritus, is also with us. And what can be done without the support of Dean Research? I may take this opportunity to welcome Dean Research, Professor Sanjay Sanjay Misra sir, on this forum, and NDLI, National Digital Library of India Club, Madan Mohan Malviya University, is also partnering with us. So at this, I would love to take welcome Member Secretary of NDLI Club, uh, DM Pandey Saab on this forum, and all the members and executive members of department and above board. I welcome one and all who is joining us from all the neighboring universities and colleges of India. We have received papers from Bhartiyar University. We have received paper from the students, all corners of India. I can see live, Dr. Mahima Singh from DAV College, DAV PG College, Varanasi, and other delegations. So here, I hope that literary people and literary thinkers are having great heart, and they will be cordial enough if I am missing a few names of the presenters. And I welcome my delegate from and keynote speaker from Burundi, and then from Morocco, all the speakers. You all are most welcome to this forum of this inaugural ceremony and joining this inaugural ceremony of International Conference on Recent Trends in Postmodernism, Reappraising Literary and Cultural Episteme. When we talk about culture, let me take one extra moment for culture. Culture takes its origin from two terms. Its term is original term is cult. Cult talk about segmentalization. Culture life practices in a particular position, particular area. But when we talk about Sanskrit origin, the real translation that is there, Sanskriti. But can Sanskriti be the translation or culture be the real translation of culture? No, because Sanskriti takes its origin from some, that inclusive. Inclusivity is there where cult is taking towards us deductive mechanism. So that way, even culture can't be the real translation of Sanskriti. I hope that we shall be able to raise a lot many questions and look for their answers in coming 2 days deliberation. Thank you all for joining with us, and I would like to welcome one and all around the globe, whosoever is connected with us. It's over to the organizers.
Now I want, sir, that we are supposed to give the bouquets to honor our dignitaries, those who are sitting on the dais. Shivani, ma'am. Shivani, ma'am. Now, just to one. Shivani, ma'am. Felicit. Sir will give. It will be honor for us, and I would like to call Professor Dr. Jaydeep Pratap sir to come on the podium and give a speech.
Thank you very much, ma'am. First of all, good morning, everyone. On behalf of KIPM College of Management, on behalf of my students and my faculty members, on behalf of my entire family, first of all, I extend my gratitude towards Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, who gave us this opportunity to participate in 2 days international workshop. and the members who are associated with us from India and abroad. I welcome all of them on behalf of MMUT and KIPM family. And I hope that my students will learn a lot about postmodernism and literary and cultural episteme. So it will be a great honor for me and my team also that we are the part of this 2-day workshop. And not least, I again thank you to Professor Dr. J.P. Pandey sir, ex-Vice Chancellor Triple MUT. Under his supervision, we signed the MOU for collaborative learning with Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. And I also thankful to Vice Chancellor Triple MUT, Professor J.P. Saini sir, to give us this opportunity to participate and continue this MOU and provide opportunity to our students for collaborative learning. So again, I gratitude my excels towards Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh and his team to provide such this kind of wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much, everyone.
Now, I would like to call Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, who will be connecting us online and enlighten us with his words. Thank you, sir. Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Sir, you are audible.
Nishit on. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I
You are
audible?
audible. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir,
Thank
you are
you.
audible.
Worthy chief patron of this international conference, Professor Dr. J.P. Saini sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh, Reverend Conference Patron. I was talking about Chief Patron, Professor Dr. J.P. Saini sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. Conference Patron, Professor Aruna Bharadwaj, Principal LJNH Government Girls Degree College, Kotla Khurd, Himachal Pradesh. Our chief guest of the day, Dr. Esterin Kere, Indian origin author and poet who lives in Norway at present. Conference convener, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, Associate Professor, Head, Humanities and Social Sciences Department, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. Our speakers, Reverend speakers, Professor K.M. Pandey sir, Professor, Department of English, Banaras Hindu University, Uttar Pradesh. Professor Ninu Kumar, Department of English, Aditi Mahavidyalaya, University of Delhi. Professor Prakash Joshi, Department of English, University of Allahabad, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, India. Our international speakers, Dr. Leon Bashira Shize, Faculty of English, Burundi Higher Institute of Education, Burundi. Dr. Al Habib Al Hadari from Morocco is an assistant professor, Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Sultan Moli Salime University, Beni Mellal, Morocco. Organizing secretary of this international conference, Dr. Raman Jaswal. Esteemed delegates, faculty members, participants, and aspiring research scholars. On behalf of the Achievers Foundation for English Studies and my own behalf, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the delegates and the participants to the second international conference on English language, literature, and culture, which is titled Recent Trends in Postmodernism, Reappraising Literary and Cultural Episteme. Postmodernism represents a decentered concept of the universe in which individual works are not isolated creations. It broadly refers to a socio-cultural and literary theory and the shift in perspective that has been manifested in a variety of disciplines, including social sciences, art, architecture, literature, fashion, communications, and technology. From the late 1980s onwards, novelists, artists, critics, and art historians have foreseen the death of postmodernism. The forces that once drove postmodernism seem now to be depleted. Postmodernism rejected grand narratives, including those of religion, the concept of progress, and of history itself. Angela Carter's fiction, and particularly The Bloody Chamber, provides a clear example of the typical postmodernist impulse. She subverts grand narratives of gender, sexuality, and female subjectivity. In contrast, in today's cultural climate, there appears to be a renewed engagement with history and a revival of mythic meaning making that the art postmodernists would have abhorred. Realism is once again a popular paradigm in place of postmodernism's cold detachment and anti anthropomorphism. Furthermore, as writers emphasize our fundamental rationality, our connection as humans to one another in the globalizing world, and to fictional characters as representations of ourselves, emotions are once again taking center stage in literary fiction. Hence, it appears that a new dominating cultural logic is taking shape. The world, or the literary cosmos, at any rate, is changing. Since this procedure is still in its early stages, it needs to be strictly handled in the contemporary times. To understand this situation, we need to pose a number of questions. The prime concern of this conference is to disseminate knowledge that engages earnestly with real world problems of literary and cultural episteme and revolutionize all realm of intellectual inquiry in varying degrees. One more thing that I would like to add, that we have left no stone unturned for the successful execution of this conference on virtual platform, where seasoned academicians will confront seriously on the challenges posed by 21st century researchers of postmodernism. I'm sure that the seasoned academician, subject experts, distinguished delegates, and erudite researchers from different parts of the country and abroad will deliberate on vital issues, and the student participants will get an opportunity to learn something new from the persons of eminence. On behalf of the Achievers Foundation for English Studies, I once again extend my warm and ardent welcome to all the distinguished delegates of this conference who spared their valuable time to grace the occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your knowledge and words. And we are really blessed that we are having your words. And it really, we really appreciate the things that we have got to know from you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, I would like.
Thank you, Rohina. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
We are blessed, sir. Now I would like to call Professor Aruna Bharadwaj, who is going to connect us online, and she is going to enlighten us with her words. Thank you, ma'am. And she is the chief patron.
Respected chief guest of the inaugural session, Dr. Eastrin Kire, Indian origin award winning author and poet, chief patron of this 2 days international conference, Professor J.P. Saini, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, Conference Chairman Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, President, the Achievers Foundation for English Studies, Conference Convener Dr. Sudhir Narayan, Head Humanities and Social Science Department, MMMUT Gorakhpur, faculty members of MMMUT Gorakhpur, eminent resource persons from various universities of India and abroad, chairpersons, co-chairpersons, teachers, academicians, researchers, and students. It gives me a sense of immense pleasure while I congratulate the organizing committee of the 2 days international conference on the theme Recent Trends in Postmodernism, Reappraising Literary and Cultural Episteme, being organized on 2nd and 3rd December 2023 by Lala Jagat Narayan Himotkarsh Government Girls Degree College, Kotla Khurd, District Una, in collaboration with the Achievers Foundation for English Studies and Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. This is for the very first time that we are organizing an international conference of this scale. The present conference is quite special as this is being organized in collaboration with two renowned institutions, thus promoting the culture of collaborative working and mutual learning. The conference is being held in online mode. The participation of a large number of academicians and researchers, both from India and abroad, gives me a sense of satisfaction and assurance that our efforts in organizing this conference have borne fruits. The team of our college has been working constantly for the past many days to execute the work assigned to it and to make this conference a successful one. Although even the minutest of the details about the arrangements of the conference have been taken care of, yet the scope for improvement always remains there. I am sure that for all participants who are here with us during this 2 days conference, it will be an intellectually stimulating and knowledge enriching experience. With this, I extend my best wishes to the organizing committee and all the participants for this conference. My warm regards to all from the core of my heart. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us with your words. Now, I would like to call Dr. Nilima Dubey, ma'am, to read the profile note of Professor K.M. Pandey, sir.
Professor K.M. Pandey, Professor of Department of English, Banaras Hindu University, Uttar Pradesh, India. Dr. K.M. Pandey is a professor and ex-head of Department of English at Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, UP, India. He is an MA English, PhD, DGTE, and has a teaching experience of more than 39 years. Professor Pandey is a recipient of many awards and medals such as National Merit Scholarship, Vice Chancellor's Gold Medal, and Chancellor's Gold Medal for standing first in BA and MA. He has been a part of many UGC-sponsored research projects as Cultural Anguish and the Poetry of Nissim Eskil and Kamla Das, 1993 and 1995 published. City as Scale Scope, Indian English Poetry in Plural Context, 2002-2005, it is published. And the Mahabharata theme in recent Indian novels, a study in the anxiety of influence, 2009-2013. Professor K.M. Pandey has successfully supervised 12 research scholars for the award of PhD degree, and at present he is supervising 8 research scholars. He has vast publications to his name, including 4 books entitled Cultural Anguish in the Poetry of Nissim Eskil and Kamla Das, Rhyming with Reason, the Poetry of Thomas Gray, City as Kaleidoscope, Indian English Poetry in Plural Context, and the Mahabharata, the recent Indian novels. Besides, he has got published more than 40 research articles in various national and international journals and anthologies. Beyond this, he has more than 60 research papers presented at national and international forums. Dr. Pandey is a member of a large number of associations, clubs, and sciences, such as Panel of Experts, Radio Talk, All India Radio, member Board of Studies, MG Kashi Vidyapeeth, Varanasi, Dr. RML Awadh University, Faizabad, RTVV Jabalpur, ISM Dhanbad, NIT Tripura, NIT Raipur, Sikkim University Gangtok, member research degree committees. Dr. RML, Awadh University, Faizabad, Baraktumba University, Bhopal, Dr. VBS University, Jaunpur, MG Kashi Vidyapeeth, Varanasi, member panel of experts, UPSC, New Delhi, and member panel of experts, NAAC, NAC, Bangalore, etc. Thank you.
Now, Professor K.M. Pandey sir will join us and enlighten us with the knowledge.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for these kind words that you spoke about me. Yes, it has been a kind of mild achievement, I can say. Something done in a positive way, still on the way to learn. So Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, the Director, Achievers Foundation for English Studies, and the Associate Professor, Lovely Professional University. Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh ji, Head Department of English and Humanities, Mahamana Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. The Principal of LJNH Government College, Kotla Khurd, Una, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, sorry. Dr. Esterine Kire, the chief guest of this session, my friend Dr. Prakash Joshi from the University of Allahabad, delegates who have joined this from India and outside India, students, research scholars, and all the participants. Yeah. I take this opportunity to congratulate all the three institutes who have organized this great event and given me the opportunity to be with you. Views on the topic recent trends in postmodernism, reappraising literary and cultural epistemes. We all know the 20th century has been the age of extremes, as Eric Hobsbawm says. It has witnessed the hitherto unforeseen happenings across the globe, including the two world wars and the emergence of a new world order. In the known history, uh, we haven't seen that kind of troublesome century. In the known 5,000 years, we can go back to the Mahabharata. That is the one period where we see the destruction on a large scale and the re-emergence of the dharmic order, I should say. Otherwise, minor incidents kept on happening across the globe in small, some on a small scale somewhere here and there. But the two world wars uh, shocked us. The two world wars make us, especially the second one, made us to look at the world in a new way. Dr. Sudhir Narayanji referred to several incidents, especially about the Second World War and also the way it affected culture, the way it affected our mode of thinking. And it was further elaborated by Dr. Pandey, uh, who touched upon some of the key issues. I'm sure many speakers and the presenters and the researchers will add several things to this seminar. I'm going to add a few known things, rather I will be repeating it in a way, but I believe this. As postmodernism questions even beliefs, but I believe that yes, even the repetition, even remembering something from the past, not just our own experience, provides meaning to our life. And it is that meaning, that significance, which helps us in getting sustenance. So postmodernism is one such contested term which gained prominence in the 1970s, affecting almost all disciplines in humanities and social sciences. It has broadly been used to name the present historical period. Yeah, Pandaji referred to it, to name a style in art and architecture, to name a point of rupture or disjuncture in epistemology. These two prominent things have happened there. The word postmodernity has been employed to refer to the historical period. Again, these meanings are not finalized, they can never attain finality. In fact, postmodernism intends that then no finality should be there, it should be open ended. But these three terms have gained some kind of meaning, minor distinction. So, postmodernity refers to the historical period, postmodernism for aesthetic dimensions, and postmodern for epistemological aspects. I would be referring to some of them. If we look at the journey of the term, we find that the literary critic Federico Dionis used the term postmodernismo in a collection of Hispanic poetry in 1934 to refer to a short lived reaction to modernism. It was in that very preface he used this word postmodernismo for the first time. This is for the new students, young students, this genesis and the development of the way this word traveled. That the term entered the English speaking world when the British historian Arnold Toynbee used it in a negative way in the 8th volume of his book A Study of History 1954. Just 2 decades later, he uses this very term but in a negative way. Both the things, positive and negative overtones, still continue. Yeah. And perhaps herein lies the success of this term, or if we call it a movement. We have to remember that Toynbee used it to refer to a philosophic figuration of a future movement in history. Uh, he thought that this kind of thing would happen, and he had looked at it uh, happening somewhere in future. That is again something very unique, and shows that the kind of genius he was. Later, the Black Mountain Poets, uh, the duo rather, Charles Olsen and Robert Creeley, used it in a personal communication in the sense in which it is used now. It just about a shift in history and the developments following that shift. So they focused on this very thing. They noticed that some kind of change, some kind of shift in the thought process is there, and they talked about it, and it became again one of the characteristics of postmodernism. If in the then in the 60s, early 60s and later 60s, two things happened to writers come. If in the early 1960s, Wright Mills and Irving Howe, the two great American writers from New York, restored the negative meaning embodied in the ideals of communism and socialism. In the late 60s, Leslie Fiedler employed the term to refer to the emergence of a new youth culture sensibility, focusing on the significance given to individual freedom of expression rather than the control of state on it. So these two shifts took place. If in the early 60s the negative meaning, in the at the almost at the end of the 60s, this youth culture looking forward towards more freedom. Another significant usage of the term came with Ihab Hassan, the Egyptian critic, in 1971, almost a decade later, who, while surveying literature and music, termed some of them to be postmodern rather than modern. In his view, artists like Ashbery, Thomas Pynchon, Warhol prioritized the playful indeterminacy over the modernist fixity. If the modernist showed the disillusionment and looked for through parts to some kind of attainable or unattainable whole, WHOLE, these writers focused on the playful indeterminacy over the modernist fixity. Then the term gained prominence with Lyotard's 1979 book, translated into English as The Postmodern Condition, a report on knowledge, in 1984. In this, he questioned the validity of grand narratives which had been destroyed by the Second World War. It gave space for the emergence of little narratives, or what Luther often referred to as little games, Talking about it, he says, and I quote from that very book: the postmodern would be that which, in the modern, puts forward the unrepresentable in presentation itself, that which would make it possible to share collectively the nostalgia for the attainable, that which searches for new presentations not in order to enjoy them, but in order to impart a stronger sense of the unrepresentable. Unquote. Then, some years later, in 1989, David Harvey, uh, in his book The Condition of Postmodernity, uh, talked about late capitalism and the mode of production. Frederick Jameson came later, and he, in his especially three books spanning over 2 decades, namely Marxism and Form, 1971, Late Capitalism, 1975, and The Political Unconscious in 1981, and also the famous essay Postmodernism and Consumer Society, where he added elaborated one more new aspect which has left a lasting influence on contemporary human society. If we look at this, two more writers, they come to my mind, who have influenced this thought process. Richard Rorty, and another American philosopher, who focused on the aspect of language and the inherent ambiguity in it in his book Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature. Then, uh, another great name is that of Linda Hachian, who in several of her articles and her book, A Poetics of Postmodernism, uh, has given new impetus to this very thought process. The Canadian critic has been a staunch critic, and also the one who has added several aspects to this. I'm reminded of uh, Thomas Doherty, who observes, I quote, although the term postmodern has become a insistently used term in cultural debates in recent years, it is a term which has often been used with a great deal of imprecision. Great deal of imprecision. You remember, many a time we look at it as we have the word post in so many words: post-colonial, post-enlightenment, post-modernism. But at another way, we notice that it is this post is different in this post-modernism. What has happened here? What has been? We may notice that there are no fixed definitions. If we look for an acceptable definition of it, we may not find it, and perhaps therein lies the vastness of this very text, this very thought process. If we look at the characteristics, it is better to look at postmodernism in a way through which we can recognize it, so we can understand it, because it is to be understood through parts. So Jameson talks about the symptoms of postmodernism. He says waning of affect, challenging the foundational texts, uh, nature of, you can say, many belief systems, questioning it, and this questioning of foundations suggests finding new ways of comprehending the world. I'm reminded of one thing more here, because whatever books we found, found on postmodernism in the last decade or so, my own association with the text, In most of them, either we look at the Western writers, it is their problem in a way. Yes, existentialism, yeah, we had it. But how had we dealt with that issue? How had we dealt with this kind of question? In our tradition, we have 6 schools of philosophy, 3 believing in something and 3 the non-believers, and making a balance. Okay, you find out some path for knowing your reality. That was there. Uh, Looking about the questions, the way the most important characteristic of postmodernism is the questioning of the foundational institutions. So it suggests that there are new ways of comprehending the world. That kind of suggestion is given, and it has been elaborated on larger scale with full books by different writers. Some of them I referred to. The grand narrative implied totalizing everything within its purview, are looking at the whole through parts. So believing that somewhere the whole is there, either it was the Garden of Eden, or it was Vaikuntha Dham, or it was heaven, somewhere it was there was some common source of language, and whatever we have, they all should intend to reach that. So the parts, through the parts, we want to achieve the whole, and which makes us conscious of being fragmented. So the fragment is not to be celebrated. The celebration comes with the unification of the individual with the system, or the part with the whole, or if I use the spiritual terminology, the small soul S with the capital soul, submerging one's identity. That was another kind of thing. The postmodern issues on the significance, the postmodernism focuses on the significance of parts, little narratives, fragments in culture, literature, and arts and media. There is another thing, the inability of language to accommodate reality completely. This very belief that language cannot through language we cannot comprehend the complete reality. In our own tradition, we had this kind of answer. Again, when I talk about my tradition, the purpose is not to just establish the supremacy of it, but the way an alternative mode of thinking had been there. It was not a dominant mode which suppressed others, but there was the availability of different kinds of modes and tools and thought processes through which one could find out the reality and the meaning in his or her life. The inability of language to accommodate reality completely. The reality is not universal, but can only be provisional. So valorize the provisional, valorize the provisional, praise the provisional, the commonplace, the fragment, the moving moment. As an Indian, I am bound to think about Gautam Buddha, who says you cannot bathe in the same water again. You cannot relive the same moment again. So,
आप
uh,
यहाँ पे ध्यान दीजिएगा
uh,
करण मैम एक बात और
sorry,
ध्यान दीजिएगा
please,
कि कनेक्शन एस्टेब्लिश किया
yeah,
कि टेम्परेचर
please,
Can the organizers please
yeah,
ask people not to speak when a
yeah,
speaker is speaking?
yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. So, uh, the reality itself is provisional, and so is the language. And so the commonplace, the fragment, the moving moment is to be seen through a variety of perspectives. One can notice the shadow of Derrida's deconstruction here regarding the deferral nature of language and meaning, just one of the aspects, and the impossibility of the finality in meaning. How can we forget Gautam Buddha, whose worldview of addressing the issues faced by the individuals in his time? Again, my focus is not that it is his universal way of looking at it are the universality that has been associated with him. Yes, that is not the issue, but saying this, that apadipo bhav, it is the individual who has to find out the way. The fragmented person can find out his or her meaning for him. One may get it or not. So that is one thing. Then the concept of self reflexivity, uh, we can find this in Rushdie's novels, especially Midnight's Children or Jean Paul's text, The French Lieutenant's Woman, where we find the tendency to interrogate the self. Interrogating the self makes me again think of the Upanishads. The very word Upanishad, sit together. We are sitting here on a different platform. Some people are physically present there in Gorakhpur, and maybe at one or two other places as well. And all those who are sitting alone, they become part through this very virtual mode. So this Upanishad, our Upanishadas, provided this very option of ask questions. We have been a questioning culture. Questions had never been stopped in our culture, because it is important to remember that if the question is good, if the question carries weight, it doesn't matter whether we get the answer or not, whether the person who has to answer is able to satisfy us or not. The important thing is, if you ask a question, a genuine one may, postmodernism will say, where does this genuineness lie? That's another issue. But yes, finding the proper question, even if the answer is not there, someday the answer will come. That was one kind of belief, one may say, that is also part of the larger grand narrative, one may say so. But the way, the celebration of the fragmented, the celebration of the individual, the celebration of the small organism has been there. In fact, I am reminded of one of the Upanishads, which is known as Prashnopanishad. I am reminded of the way the Natya Shastra is written. 5 basic questions, and in the answer of those basic questions, the whole text has been written. So, uh, asking questions may have different goals. Am I asking for the question's sake? Am I asking to share some knowledge? Am I asking to gain some knowledge? What is that? So, if there is a right question or a good question, or the urge to know, hmm, I too come from the university known for making a kind of bridge between the East and the West. Pratichi Prachi ka Mel Sundar. Providing a platform where the best ideas from the West and the East meet. Looking at the postmodernism and the critic, I ask this question: where am I? Where is my reality as an individual? How do whatever is said there, is it my reality as well? The answer could be yes. Some of them could be my reality, but not all of them. So that also brings us to another level of thought. There are different kinds of fragmentations, different kinds of realities, and so this multiplication is to be celebrated. There is another aspect hidden here, another very important aspect where there is this virtual mode. This internet has provided a lot of information to us. I remember some critic uses the word, it we are living in an information soaked world. The problem is the information versus wisdom. I'm reminded of two professors, one with many books on the wasteland and the other just the text. Oh, how do you explain that? The other said, you are a scholar, so you have to prove that scholarship. I am a Gyani. I close my eyes and the meaning of those lines dawns on me. That was another framework in which he used that. But there is one more aspect along with the ex- this explosion of information through internet and other tools, globalization and postmodernism. one of the ways where the market forces control us, even when we do not remember that we are governed by some other forces. So the two things, we are conscious of this thing, that this technology is going to help us, but this technology is going also to disturb us. It is snatching away the some of the parts of us that was recognized to be a human one. So but this technological inevitability, there is this another aspect is that of undecidability, that nothing is permanent, nothing is fixed. I'm reminded of again Kabir. I come from this very city. Had chale so manwa, behad chale so sadh. Had behad dono chale, takar mata agad. So one who knows one's limit, he may be a good person, yes. He may be treated as a human being, but one who is capable of crossing the boundaries, crossing the limit, maybe a saint. But one who is capable of doing both, he is greater than both the persons. It was in this very sense Hajari Prasad Dwivedi ji had said that human beings are better than gods, because gods are bound by certain norms they cannot cross those boundaries, whereas human beings could cross the boundaries created even by them. So using this kind of questioning the grand narratives related to God, truth, reason, law, the civilizational epistemes, Dr. Singh elaborated that the developmental episteme, that yes, the development can come only through through the West, only through technology. We realized it was not so. Just some years before, just a couple of years before, we saw our developmental model, and then we started saying, oh, it happens in every century. Within a century we have some kind of plague, some kind of epidemic, and something happens, and then again nature recovers itself. So we can say it is a kind of a new enlightenment way of thinking about God, national identity, also colonialism. We know how industrialism brought some kind of development, but what kind of imbalance was created by it. The Christian faith or the truth or the so much trust on reason. I think so, I am. That was what one of the philosophers had said. Then this kind of dissemination is different from the kind of copying or imitation that Plato had talked about. Imitation can also be original. I remember Aristotle in one of the chapters, later chapters, perhaps 26, says that the imitation can be better than the original. Imitation of the ideal, and we know he is modifying his guru Plato. So here, dissemination doesn't mean copying or a copy because carbon copy. When we thought of the copy, it was the carbon copy that came to our mind. But now we know the technology can create another kind of thing. The second one can also be equally good. It can also be made better. The technology can assist us. So the copy. Carbon copy or the other copy, rather the first one and the second one, second or third, does not mean that that is inferior. So we can say the reviewing, reinterpreting the kind of binary that we had in our tradition, tatsam and tadbhav, like one, and tadbhav, something that emanates from something. So the thing which emanates is inferior, someone who comes first is superior. That kind of uh, thought process we had. But the concept of dissemination makes us review even this concept, that because the term has been used in the sense of scattering of origins and ends, we can say, of identity, center, or presence, and so on. So just as dissemination of seeds, The same seed, different seeds will grow in the same way, not just the carbon copy, but it is possible to make it better or to worsen it. The other concept that is of a simulation, again the same that I uh, talked about just now. Philosophically, we say, who am I? That very question. This basic question, whether in whatever period we are living, we have to ask. Shankaracharya, 1,000 years ago, talked about it. Yeah. Koham, who am I? Soham, I am that. Who are you? You too are that. But again, it is another kind of grand narrative that should be questioned, because there are other kinds of realities. I'm reminded of what Shankuk says about this copy. The word is simulation or scattering had not been used, but dissemination not used, but this kind of thing. Chitra Turagnyay. An image of the horse is there, and if someone asks, "Is it a horse?" and you say yes, is it a horse? No, no, no. It's not a horse, it's a copy of the horse. So the realization that you see, it is this kind of thing through which uh, the postmodernist critics talk about the reality, where the advertisement or photography or say the image of pizza or the image of hamburger, through that the reality is created. I'm reminded of the way they talk about the war, forgetting the horror of the war. They say the war is only on the TV, and it is only this one that is going to affect us. They do not talk about what happens where the war is being fought. It is not just uh, the TV one that is going to affect us. What about those who are who are facing that, or who are involved in that war? One who is seeing, uh, that is also another contested area, where they talk about this reality or hyper reality. Uh, Again, looking at language, I, as I keep on asking myself, yes, there are 4 levels of language: Parapashyanti, Madhyama, Vaikhari, and we are only talking about the only the last one, Vaikhari, that we speak. There is just another level, Madhyama, something that we think about, that one. But what about the other two? That is also reality, and that can be at the level of the individual, one knowing the meaning of life, if not possible. What about the seeing of it? Do we see will we see the reality, only that very reality that is shown by others to us, or we will also try to comprehend reality as seen by us? So I know I'm crossing the limit of time, and uh, should stop here. But with just two comments, that if it is multi role of multinationals there, and hybridization, celebration of pastiche, reference to Bollywood films and Hollywood films, and talking about this hybridization and the celebration of this hybridization, uh, all these things come much later. I'm reminded of the song that Rajkumar sings before I was born. Mera juta hai Japani, sir par lal topi. So. 1955, the song written in 1951 and coming in 1955. As an Indian, even that very image comes to my mind. And one thing with which I would end, whatever is suggested by this mode or that mode, postmodernity, yes, uh, talking about the unpresentable or simulation or dissimulation or depthlessness, uh, little or grand narratives, but one thing must be there. If the postmodern suspends, dislocates, and transforms the oppositional structures presupposed by major Western modes of thought, by classical Marxism, psychoanalysis, existentialism, semiotics. I'm quoting this line again from one of the critics, Mr. Bennett and Royal, in from that very book, this very sentence. Where is the other part of the world on this very global platform? I i end my talk with this very question: where are we in this very frame? And I would end with a couplet of Nida Fazli, my favorite poet, Urdu poet. दुनिया की हर एक शय को अपनी नजर से देखो, ऐसा नहीं कि दुनिया जो कुछ कहे सही हो. Look at the world from your own eyes. It may not be, whatever the world is saying may not be true. Gautam Buddha used this very idea, proclaimed this idea 2500 years before, when he said Appadipo Bhava. Be your own light, and we all know light cannot be there without burning the oil. So burn the oil that is there. And burning oil may metaphorically mean asking unpleasant questions, uneasy questions to yourself, not just to others, and looking for the possible answers and honoring that answer and sharing that answers with others. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We are humbled to listen to your kind deliberations. And really, as and when I look my alma mater, Department of English, Banaras Hindu University, I always repeat, and I am again repeating in front of my students, because I am your student and they are my students. So I am passing the message to the third generation, your third generation. And a salute to professors like the Professor Pandey sir, that इखलाक के कदमों में कलंदर नहीं गिरता, टूटे जो सितारा तो जमी पर नहीं गिरता, गिरते हैं बड़े शौक से समंदर में दरिया, लेकिन कभी दरिया में समंदर नहीं गिरता. So it's a tribute to my gurus, and we see that our honorable speaker, Professor Prakash sir, also is connected from University of Allahabad. We are, sir, pranam to you, and you are welcome to our forum. And at the meantime, we have gone a bit changed to the schedule, pre-decided schedule, because our chief guest is connected from Norway, Episteme Kire. So I request the organizer to invite her to be connected, and then later on we will be moving as per our schedule. So thank you, sir.
Sorry for the interruption. Sorry for the interruption. Just a sentence, just to share that it's in honor of Dr. Kire. As many as 4 research scholars are doing research on her novels. This is something great, and it is through them that I had read just one of the novels, and through her creative world that I have known the Northeast in a much better way. Yeah. So my humble pranam to her, and just share this thing. If I hope she is here. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening speech and on postmodernism. Your deep insights, comprehensive knowledges provided us to understand the complexity. Now, it is our thanks to you for enlightening us, then wisdoms, and truly appreciate your presence here. Now, thank you. I would like to call Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh to read the profile note of Professor Episteme Kiran. Thank you, sir.
We have reached to the point where we are having a person for whom many research scholars are doing PhD, and as sir said, 4 in Banaras Hindu University, and recently I have examined one thesis where our chief guest of the day being researched, and it's an honor to have you with us, ma'am. We whether we are audible and are you connected? Please confirm from your end. Hello, whether we are audible, Professor Esterine Kire.
Yes, yes, sir. Ma'am is here. Ma'am is here with us.
Okay, so it's a great honor indeed to read even the profile of such a renowned resource person and chief guest of our conference. Ma'am, you accepted our invitation. We are humbled. We are honored. And Dr. Esterine Kire, an award-winning author and poet, chief guest and come keynote speaker of our uh, seminar, our international conference on recent trends in postmodernism. Dr. Esterine Kire is a renowned poet, author, and folklorist of the contemporary times from India, who lives in Norway at present. The majority of her writing are based in the lived reality of the people in Nagaland in Northeast India. Her motivation to write is summed up in this statement by her in an interview. I felt we needed to create written Naga literature. We have so much oral narrative, but with oral dying out, it's all going to be lost. Apart from writing, she also performs jazz poetry with her band Jazz Poesy. Astrid Kire published her first book on poetry in 1982, titled Kelo Kevira. This was also the first book of Naga poetry published in English. Her novel A Naga Village Remembered, uh, published in 2003, was the first ever novel written by a Naga writer in English. Her second novel was Terrible Matriarchy, published in 2007, followed by Mary 2010, Bitter Wormwood 2011, Don't Run My Love 2017, and Walking the Roadless Road, Exploring the Tribes of Nagaland 2019. Her latest book, Spirit Nights, was published in 2022, and she has also written children books, articles, and essays. Her first children book in English was published in 2011. Kire has also translated 200 oral poems from her native language into English. A Naga village remembered is about a battle between the British forces and one Naga hamlet. A terrible matriarchy highlights the internal and social strife that grips Nagaland as a state in India. Mary is a novel based on the Japanese invasion of India in 1944 via Nagaland. It is a true story of a young mother who lost her fiance in the war and made the decision to move ahead and live her life. This is an example of how Kirit, through her works, had tried to bring to the fore the everyday lives of the people in Nagaland. Bitter wormwood yet again brought out the human cost effect of human lives, which was involved behind all the news that made the political headlines from the Northeast. Apart from bringing a focus on the vibrant Naga culture, Kire's work has also brought out the reality which have changed the lives of Naga women. Estrin Kirej, son of the thunder cloud, has been awarded Bal Sahitya Puraskar by Sahitya Academy in 2018. In 2011, Dr. Estrin Kire was awarded the Governor's Medal for Excellence in Naga Literature. She was also awarded the Free Voice Award by Catalan Pen Barcelona, and her bitter wormhood was shortlisted for the Hindu Prize in 2013. A terrible matriarchy was selected to be translated into all UN languages. That's a great achievement that her work is translated into UN languages. And furthermore, her book, A Terrible Matriarchy, then and Mary, Forest Strong, and Naga folklore, folktales retold, and the Naga village remembered have been translated into German in 2015. But her When the River Sleeps was awarded the Hindu Literary Prize. We are lucky and we are honored. We are blessed to have such a literary celebrity amongst us. And ma'am, uh, undoubtedly, it won't be an exaggeration to say that you are ceaselessly enriching the knowledge repository of Naga literature, and your writings are a window to world to see, realize, believe, and salute the Naga culture. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for being with us and accepting our invitation in such a short notice. Now, without standing as a barrier, I may please take this opportunity to hand over the podium to you online, and this all virtual space is all yours. So over to Dr. Estherine Kire, a huge round of applause in this auditorium, invited from the students and faculty members.
Her mic is off.
Mic is locked. Hello, Dr. Pandey, can you hear me?
Her mic is off.
Yes, ma'am, we are trying to. Hello, Dr. Sanjay Pandey, please unmute the ma'am.
No, I think it is not from our side, sir. Ma'am, it is not from our side. Kindly have a look, please. You are audible, I think.
Professor Ninu was audible. I think ma'am
Yeah,
Kire
yes,
is not
yes.
audible.
Ma'am will have to unmute herself. Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
She's not on video.
Hello, Dr. Estrine, if we are audible, you look to extreme left of your screen and unmute yourself, please, ma'am.
Please wait a minute, sir. She is taking certain technical assistance. Please wait a while.
Yeah, please wait.
कैसे ढूंढेंगे उनको फील करके सेंट्रल में उनको Estrine Kire। देखो वही है क्या?
Astrin, ma'am, we are audible. Are we audible?
Please unmute on her end.
Ma'am, Astrin, are we audible?
Pin to screen. माइक्रोफोन वॉल्यूम का चेक करते हैं.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. We are audible. Are we audible? Yeah, you had switched on your camera and it was visible. We were able to see. Uh,
दो सिस्टम.
so I think there is some connectivity problem. Ma'am had joined and her camera was also on.
No. Dr. Raman,
Dr. Sudhir, in between, I think ma'am is facing some connectivity problem. So in between, what we can do, we can proceed with the other
yes.
speaker, and I'm trying to contact ma'am on phone.
So we
Okay.
may do one thing that
Yes.
he may be connected with call on phone, something like that. Uh, uh, she may dial and we can put the mobile near his microphone and
No,
that way
let me
we
check. Let me talk to her and see what the technical problem is. In between, we can proceed with the other speaker. What, Dr. Raman?
yeah, I think that would be advisable if we want to.
Yes, because her camera was working. She had switched on her camera, but I
No,
think we are not able to.
here we are not able to see the camera on even.
Yes, yes, yes. So,
At our end, it is only picture mode. Uh,
yeah,
No, no, it's okay with you, sir.
hmm.
Actually, she went there for some to look for some technical assistance.
yes,
So
yes,
in the meanwhile, we can proceed with the next speaker.
yeah.
Okay,
And
first
as soon as she connects, we can have her with us.
Right,
uh,
right.
yes.
So I would like to call Dr. Nilima ma'am to read the profile note of Professor Neelu Kumar, Department of English, Aditya Mahavidyalaya, University, Delhi. Thank you. Over to you.
I would like to introduce a prominent personality of event, keynote speaker, Professor Neenu Kumar. Dr. Am I audible here? Dr. Neenu Kumar is a professor of English at the Department of English in Aditi Mahavidyalaya, University of Delhi. She has a teaching experience of about 30 years. She has published a large number of articles in national and international journals and has presented papers in various seminars and conferences. She is actively involved in the research and has guided many PhD, MPhil scholars. He is a member of various clubs, boards, and committees and has contributed many chapters in books and anthologies. She has delivered many keynote addresses in various seminars and conferences and has chaired sessions also. Professor Neenu has undertaken various projects and has also received various awards such as recipient of Social Worker and Nutrition Educationist Award at the National Conference on Public Health and Nutritionology organized by Nutrition and Natural Health Science Association in 2018. Recipient of Ecologist and Environment Health Educationist Award by Nutrition and Natural Health Sciences Association in 2017. Conferred Certificate of Honor by Aditi Mahavidyalaya, University of Delhi for the College Lecturer Award 2015, given by Government of NCT Delhi for outstanding academic achievements and recipient of Best Teacher Award in the year 2017.
Good afternoon at the very outset. Thank you so much. Can I start?
Yes, ma'am.
Ruhina, can I start?
Yes, ma'am. Stage is all yours.
Yeah, thank you so much for that very generous introduction. It's indeed a pleasure to be here, to be invited as one of the keynote speakers. And I would like to thank the organizers and the chief patron, Professor Joshi, esteemed, and of course, commendations to Dr. Kire and Professor Aruna Bhardwaj. Thank you so much. And a warm hello to Dr. Pandey and Professor Joshi and Dr. Hadari and Dr. Leon. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope I do not end up taking more than the time which is allotted to me. And mine is a primarily a paper with postmodernist theory, and I refer to two stellar works of Christopher Nolan, Memento, which was released in 2000, and Interstellar, which was released in 2014. I'm sure most of you might have watched the movies of Christopher Nolan. At the very outset, I would like to say I'm a huge fan of the work that he produces, because it makes you think, it makes you wonder. You know, all the theories that we have been talking about, the earlier speakers have also mentioned, it makes you wonder what actually the reality is. And especially in both these movies that I pick up, Memento and Interstellar, you kind of think, you are made to think, you're forced to think as to what you think is real, what the characters are presenting is real, or what the filmmaker is trying to present to you is real. So there's a huge quandary, and this dilemma kind of keeps you glued to the screen. So starting with a bit of theory, postmodernism is largely a reaction to the assumed certainty of scientific objective efforts to explain reality. In essence, it stems from a recognition that reality is not simply mirrored in human understanding of it, but rather is constructed as the mind tries to understand its own particular and personal reality. For this reason, postmodernism is highly skeptical of explanations which claim to be valid for all groups, cultures, traditions, races, and instead focus on the relative truth of each person. In postmodern understanding, interpretation is everything. Reality only comes into being through our interpretations of what the world means to us individually. Postmodernism relies on concrete experience over abstract principles, knowing always that the outcome of one's experiences will necessarily be fallible and relative, rather than certain and universal. The post in postmodernism denies the existence of any ultimate principles and lacks the optimism of there being a scientific, philosophical, religious truth. And Richard Tarnas explains, and I quote, postmodernism cannot on its own principles ultimately justify itself any more than can the various overviews against which the postmodern mind has defined itself, unquote. You know, it had its origins way back, and Bishop talks about it in his book in 1996. Postmodern thinking arguably began in the 19th century with Nietzsche's assertion regarding truth, language, and society, which opened the door for all the later postmodern and late modern critiques about the foundations of the knowledge. And this is Kushner. Nietzsche asserted that truth was simply a mobile army of metaphors, metonyms, anthropomorphisms, in short, a sum of human relations which have been enhanced, transported, embellished poetically and rhetorically, and which, after long use, seem firm, canonical, and obligatory to a people. Truths are illusions about which one has forgotten that this is what they are. Unquote, Nietzsche, 1954. So let's have a very small, quick overview of modernity versus post-modernity. Modernity is the progressive economic, administrative rationalization and differentiation of the social world, unquote, Sarup. In essence, this term emerged in the context of the development of the capitalist state. The fundamental act of modernity is to question the foundations of past knowledge. Boyan and Ratnansi characterize modernity as consisting of two sides, and I quote, the progressive union of scientific objectivity and politico-economic rationality mirrored in distributed visions of unelevated existential despair, unquote. Postmodernity is the state or condition of being postmodern. It means after, logically, it means after modernity. It refers to the incipient or actual dissolution of those social forms associated with modernity, unquote. Sorry. Francois Lyotard, Postmodern Condition, 1984, defines it: incredulity towards meta-narratives, which is somewhat ironically a product of scientific progress. I'll explain meta-narratives when I come to both the movies. Postmodernity concentrates on the tensions of difference and similarity erupting from processes of globalization and capitalism, accelerating circulation of people, increasingly dense and frequent cross-cultural interactions, and the unavoidable interactions of local and global knowledge. Some social critics have attempted to explain the postmodern condition in terms of historical and social milieu, which spawned it. David Ashley suggests, and I quote, modern overloaded individuals. Again, one of the earlier speakers referred to it. There's an information overload as far as the internet is concerned. Modern overloaded individuals desperately trying to maintain rootedness and integrity ultimately are pushed to the point where there is little reason not to believe that all value orientations are equally well founded. Therefore, increasingly, choice becomes meaningless. Unquote. Balderad, one of the most radical postmodernists, writes, and I quote, that come to terms with the second revolution, that of the 20th century of postmodernity, which is the immense process of destruction of meaning equal to the earlier destruction of appearances. And Sarup maintain, unquote, Sarup, and I quote, there is a sense in which if one sees modernism as the culture of modernity, postmodernism is the culture of postmodernity. Postmodernism is somewhat controversial, somewhat, I would say a lot controversial, because a lot of people doubt whether it can ever be dignified by conceptual coherence. However, in some sense, it is unified by a commitment to a set of cultural projects privileging heterogeneity, fragmentation, and difference, as well as a relatively widespread mood in literary theory, philosophy, and the social sciences that question the possibility of impartiality, objectivity, or authoritative knowledge. And this is Boyan and Ratansi. So Peter and Will Brooker in the book Postmodern After Images, 1997, they say a postmodernism has been an elastic and somewhat nomadic term. And I quite agree with that. Then Ihab Hassan, in his seminal work From Postmodernism to Postmodernity, the Local, the Global Context, says postmodernism is the return of the irrepressible, like a ghost. It eludes definition. So now let's talk about what postmodernist texts are. They are disjointed narratives. They offer altered realities. There is time bending. There is nostalgia, and there is a lot of oscillation between past and present in postmodernist works. Christopher Nolan's films are narrated, and now I come to what I wish to talk about: Nolan and his seminal movies. I mean, I can pick up Prestige, I can pick up Tenet, I can pick up the very latest 2023 Oppenheimer, which we recently went to watch on screen. I can pick up n number of movies of Nolan as postmodernist texts. Nolan's films are narratives of alternative realities and metamorphizing multiple subjectivities. As specimens of postmodernist filmic narratives, they dissolve the boundary between the rational and the fictional and perplex the audience with the spectacle of ambiguous experience. His films are polyphonic. Polyphonic, of course, there are a lot of sounds, and dialogic, and of course, the dialogues, which incorporate the fantasy of dreams and the ambiguity of space of time. And as I mentioned, some of his very well-known movies, following 98, Memento 2000, Insomnia 2002, Batman Begins 5, Prestige 6, Dark Knight 8, Inception 10, and the list goes on. The Dark Knight Rises 12, Interstellar 14, Tenet 20, and of course, very recently, Oppenheimer. Non-linear narrative structure, flashbacks, existential angst, and sociological ideas identify crisis and fragmented subjectivity. Self-deception, unreliability of the human memory, ambiguous endings, and morally ambiguous characters are the major characteristics of his films. Non-linear storytelling and flashbacks are employed in Memento, Batman Begins, Prestige, Interstellar, Inception. Nolan's films have an urban setting with the protagonist on the run seeking redemption. The line between reality and fantasy is blurred in the films, which puts his protagonists in difficult situations. They often prefer fantasy to reality and become vulnerable to self deception. The viewers also find it difficult to distinguish between fantasy and reality in his films. Nolan has tried to engage scientific, psychological, cultural issues in contemporary man. His films question the concepts of reality and subjectivity and leave the viewers bewildered. In this context, Nolan states, and I quote, "I think audiences get too comfortable and familiar in today's movies. They believe everything they are hearing and seeing. I like to shake that up." Unquote. This was published in USA Today. Obsession, deception, guilt often form the central theme of his. Now let's come to the interesting movies. The two very interesting movies, Memento and Interstellar. Both the films explore the wide range of possibilities of postmodern filmic narrative. The action of these films is related to the reliability of memory dream of the narrator and the protagonist narrator's inability to differentiate between reality and illusion. And a very quick um, um, uh, get into Memento. Memento is the story of Leonard Shelby, Guy Pearce, a man suffering from anterograde amnesia, searching for his wife, Georgia Fox's murder. His thoughts and actions are incoherent, like the fragmented narrative. The loss of memory causes uncertainty with respect to everything connected with the protagonist. It causes distortion of perception of time and space and makes him an outsider to culture and society. His perspectives are perpetually unstable and bring newer meanings to the world he perceives. This constant change of a perspective keeps him dynamic as he does not remember previous changes. He is unaffected by different interpretations, which may also mislead him. The film is divided into two sequences, color and black and white. The black and white sequences are chronological and objective in nature. They have the voiceover of the protagonist, but the perspective of the filmmaker. While the color sequences are subjective and are shown in reverse order. I would like to mention here in one of the interviews, Nolan ended up saying that mine is, referring to Memento. He said mine is not a linear, and he drew a line on the board, and he said it's not a linear movie; it's a non-linear movie, and there are ups and downs, much like the crescents and the troughs of a wave, which he showed on the board. As the film progresses, the color sequences become more objective and the black and white sequences become more subjective. The protagonist is an unreliable narrator because of the loss of memory. He lives within the world of his mind and distrusts reality. On account of his inability of storing new memories, he uses notes, tattoos, photos for remembering events in his life. At the end of the film, the color and the black and the white sequences merge together, forming a single narrative. The two narratives merge together. The two narratives merge before the end of the film. Since narrative is a representation of reality, the narrative stands for two realities. It points to postmodern condition that reality is relative. Finally, the two narratives combine into one and become a colored narrative. The film progresses as a single narrative thereafter. The end of the film is, in fact, the middle of the story. This means that reality is uncertain, unpredictable, unreliable. It also means that reference points like center, beginning, middle, end are meaningless. And a story, and I quote, a story should have a beginning, middle, and an end, but not necessarily in that order. This was Jean-Luc Godard, the famous French director. And this is what Memento is. The relative distancing of the past events themselves is confusing and unreliable. The two narratives therefore contrast and contradict each other. Each one points to the distinctness and limitness of the other. The narrative framework is essentially meta-narrative. There are also meta-fictive elements in both the narratives. The black and white narrative also narrates the story of Sammy Yankins, which is played by Stephen Tobolowsky, who also had anterograde amnesia, and the color narrative narrates the fragmented story of his deceased wife. The black and white narrative, colored narratives move in a non-linear manner, thus enhancing the effect of the movie. Leonard is disillusioned at the end of the film and starts to doubt and question his own action. When he tries to view the world objectively, he is filled with doubt and suspicion. He even doubts whether it is he who killed his own wife. Finally, he deceives himself by convincing that the corrupt officer, Teddy, is the murderer, and he takes down and he tattoos the number on his body to kill him. The sci-fi Interstellar 2014 is about the race to save humanity as Earth loses food and life sustainability. This film again is also very relevant in today's scenario, considering the ecological disasters that we are facing. To ensure the future of human life, Cooper and other space scientists use interstellar time travel to journey through a wormhole in search of other planets that may sustain life. The race is on between space travel and time on Earth, where Cooper's daughter Murphy is trying to solve the problem of life sustainability. The endurance consists of Amelia Brand, Doyle, Romilly, and they have two plans. Either to solve gravitational theory to create space settlement, or starting life on a new planet with frozen human embryos. I will end, since Kere has joined, I will end very quickly. After disaster and death, Cooper sends his ship into the black hole to provide gravitational answers for Murphy, and he falls into a fifth dimension tesseract, where time is another dimension. Tesseract represents a time in physical space, displayed as Murphy's bedroom, where he can send the life-changing information of gravity. Cooper sees his past self in Murph's room. He realizes he sent himself the GPS coordinates in the past through the tesseract and uses its gravity to send information to an adult Murph. And finally, so I am ending since Kere is here. So finally, towards the end of Interstellar, he comes back to the Earth, where Murph is now an old woman because 23 years have passed. And he wants to be with Murph. He does not know that Murph is dying, but Murph is very happy that he is here during her dying. And she insists that he goes back to the planet where he had left Dr. Amelia, which is played by Anne Hathaway, and go find her so that they can start a new life. I am concluding. Nolan's films Memento and Interstellar are masterpieces of postmodernist films, which incorporate most of the characteristics of text. Both of them blur the borders between reality and illusion. They take the audience to the worlds of unbridled fantasy. They point to the problematic of representing reality, especially the complexity of pure simulation. Both films are meta narratives. Filmic narrative is an intersectional space complementing genres, dream, and fantasy. Films prove that reality is a matter of perspective and meaning is unstable. They also prove that meaning is also a play of signifiers, and it is the audience who construct the meaning of the films. The multiple voices in both films create a sense of uncertainty and confusion regarding the identity of the narrator or the protagonist and the authenticity of his experience. The protagonists are in quest for the self, which is enigmatic. As they fail to distinguish between reality and illusion, the quest remains unfulfilled. It points to the complexity of life as a riddle, which the filmmaker tries to unravel. So there are disjointed narratives, there altered reality in the films of Christopher Nolan, and there is time bending. Techniques are used. The reality is shifted, and of course there is nostalgia and dream and fantasy. Both the movies are visual treats, and they're visually stunning. Once you watch the movies, you kind of realize the technology that Nolan ends up using to enhance the effect of his movies. And of course, there are subtext, transtext in both the movies. Thank you so much for this time, and welcome. I'm sorry for taking your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Uh, Probably this is going to be the first address on film studies, focusing on film studies in this conference forum. So thanks for touching upon the new dimension. Somewhere disturbance. Yeah, hello. Thanks a lot for joining us and for enlightening the audience. We are having students over here from various disciplines, and they might be aware about this film studies as a new genre of postmodernism. And, we are glad to listen to you. Now it's over to Dr. Esterine Kire from Norway. And ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Right. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Yes, first apologies to Madam Ninu because you had to rush through your paper. So I hope you get the opportunity to speak again.
It's all right. Thank you. Thank you.
I won't take much time. I just want to give my greetings to the Achievers Foundation for English Studies. And I was asked to give my blessing to the foundation, but I'll just share a thought before I do that. And I want to actually ask the students a question. And the question is, how do you read a book? How do you read a book? I speak as a writer, and as a writer, it saddens me that many students approach reading very uncreatively. So I want to say, please don't do that, because when you read uncreatively, it's an injustice to the writer and to the book. And what is uncreative writing? Oh, sorry, uncreative reading? I'll try to explain it. It is coming to a book with preconceived expectations and assumptions about what you're going to find in the book. So it doesn't work that way. And I want to say that I would like to urge you to read books creatively. As an example, I want to say that books or writing from the Northeast are not homogeneous. The writers, there's a tendency to class all the writers of the Northeast together, but it doesn't mean that they're all writing about the same thing or focusing on the same problem. They all come from different angles and different perspectives. So do justice to the writer by learning to read creatively. Then I want to also add that the blessing that I want to give you is I pray that you will receive wisdom, because I know that knowledge will come by your effort and by the efforts of your teachers. But wisdom is a very special gift. I pray that you will receive wisdom to get original thinking, because that's how you can live your creativity to the fullest. So I bless you, and may God greatly bless you. Thank you.
Dr. Sudhir, you have been muted. Please unmute yourself. Dr. Sudhir, please unmute yourself.
Thanks to our chief guest who come up for a very short while, but in a nutshell, she deliberated a great message, delivered and passed it to the coming generation of researchers and scholars, where she supposed to say, she was telling and pondering upon with a great stress that we must have to develop a tendency to look at a book as a book. Many a times we have tremendous respect for religious texts like Bhagavad Gita, like Holy Quran, like Bible, Holy Bible, but we listen, we read it with the great respect, but we don't approach to adopt it. Like there is a question raised by Swami Sukhbodhananda in his book Personal Excellence Through Bhagavad Gita. He said that we have tremendous respect for Gita, but question is that, do we live Gita? We have tremendous respect for Quran, but the biggest question is that, do we live Quran? What are the ideology? That is the biggest problem is that. And because all the root of disputes are there. Similarly, we need to develop a kind of approach. Objectivity itself is, removed in postmodern tradition, and modernism talks to be objective, but postmodernism said that we all are cultural construct and we are developed and nurtured in a way that we look anything with the lens that we are projected to, that we are offered to. So we are all are having our different vision to approach to a text. So being objective, even for media houses that are for even reporters or even writers, thinkers, is a very tough job. But the day for students, it is said that they are going to be maker and shaper of the society and destiny of the nation. For that purpose, the underlining message that came to us from our chief guest of this conference, Honorable Ashtareen Kire, that we need to look at a book as a book. And for that purpose, for that short-lived time that you could draw for us from your busy schedule, you deliberated upon the great message and you pondered over it. We all are thankful as organizers to you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. And in between, again, I wish to take my opportunity to extend my heartfelt thank to Ninu Kumar ma'am, Professor Ninu Kumar, Aditi Mahavidyalaya, University of Delhi. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us, and thank you for accommodating your conclusion in a very short notice. I salute you from here. Humble pranam from Department of Humanities and Social Science, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. From this forum of TAPIs, we are lucky to have you, the Achievers Foundation, and even Government Girls College, UNA. And we are having our MOU partnered student also, KIPM College of Management, hosted jointly by NDLI partner, National Digital Library of India, Club, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for your cordial gesture. So, with deep sense of gratitude to our chief speaker, chief guest of the day, now we will be moving towards the next proceeding of the conference.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Professor Arjun Dubey, sir, Advisory Committee member. So please come up the stage.
Thank you, Vansika. Dr. S.N. Singh, Head Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. My other esteemed colleagues, other faculties from other institutions like KIPM Gida, Gorakhpur, students who have come here from that place, that institution. I felt delighted when I saw their entry in the room. It was in a very orderly manner. And I was mesmerized. Mesmerized in the sense that it was a pure ardor. Normally, we do not follow ardor. We like disorder. And this is from ardor to disorder, which a great scientist, Heisenberg, has said that the whole world is suffering from this typical phenomena of order and disorder. We can make disorder very easily, but hardly put them into order. We can burn coal and get its ash, but can't bring back that ash into coal. We can have a very pleasing fragrance. When we have some perfumes, we power on the parts of our body and smell it. It's okay, it's good. We like it. But we cannot bring back that smell into again the bottle of the perfume. So, in the postmodern age, because literature without a life, very difficult to ponder upon. because all that we have in life become the part of literature. And in life we reject. We have been rejecting our traditions ever since the time immemorial. We do not easily accept it. We put questions. You might have heard the X questions which 5 Pandavas gave answer to. They had gone for water to get water. They saw water. They wanted to drink it, but were forbidden. First to give question to the answer. Answer? I'm thirsty. First I should answer it. No. I'm more powerful. And the result is that they disobeyed it. As a result of it, they fainted. Ultimately, Yudhishthir came and he had to give answer to the question, and then only he was allowed. Even in our, not only we try to search the postmodernism even in our ancient scriptures. Professor Pandey was referring to Upanishads. We have aeroplane today. It is the modern invention. Invention of science and technology. But we say that we had aeroplanes. We have Viman Shastra invented by Rishi Bharadwaj. So we try to explore the things in the past, what we have in the present. This is the typical tendency that we have. So this is not a new, but we try to look at and look into something new from the old. There is a conflict between individual and tradition. Individual wants to reflect individual's talent. Do not accept the tradition. But individual talent that individual has later on the course of time also become the part of the tradition, because that individual talent combined together become tradition itself. So this is not the new game. If we look into our life and the relationship between man and man, we find that there is a conflict. But in the conflict itself, we try to make coherence. We try to make harmony in life. We reject it, but at the same time, we try to create a harmony in life. So, literature is the tool that we can look into life. Nothing, even in language also you see, there is postmodernism. Because we have invented many new words. You see, the old tradition of letter writing has almost disappeared. Do we write letter on pages or post in the post box of the post office? We have developed a new tradition. We send emails, we WhatsApp normally. More advanced stage, we express our views and ideas, thoughts, even we muse with our feelings through Twitter, through Instagram, through Facebook. So this happens. We have changed ourselves. We do not follow the, even you see the spelling of the words, new words, Y-O-U, why to write two extra words? Huh? Why not only one word, you? Three extra words become more inconvenient. So we have a tendency of exploring something new, and not necessarily abiding by the old. So because old is in the structure and we want deconstruction. So there are literary theories, but our life itself is full of many real theories. When I joined this institution in 1984, I felt these students of KIPM in orderly in one dress. From outside, very difficult to identify who Mr. X is. Is Mr. X different from Y? Same dress, unless or until we go near X. Here in this institution also, for some times, common dress for at least first year students. But gradually, it became disordered, no uniform. On certain occasions, some have to, but at the same time, we want to follow the tradition, but when we get freedom, we do not want to abide by that tradition, whether in taste or whether in dress or whether in language. In all the three, even in language, you become very formal when you are in the classroom and when your teacher is before you, but you become immediately informal when your teacher goes out of the classroom. So you do not follow the language. You have a systematic way of expression when you tell something before your teacher. When some formal occasion comes, you have some formal dress. But otherwise, in your personal domain of life, you prefer to leave, you prefer to cherish with your personal emotions, with your personal feelings, the way you like. So all this happens with life. So postmodernism, it means it is one step ahead of modernism. All the atheists were modern. All the atheists were modern. When Lord Buddha at that time, he was modern because he didn't accept the tradition of Sanatana. He challenged it. He was against deity worship. And it was in search of a new truth. Probably he found it. He wanted to break all the bondages. He left his family, even his son also. And what truth he got under a tree, Bodha tree at Bodh Gaya. He wanted to tell the truth to his disciple at Rarnath. He was against the deity worship, against the philosophy of Sanatana Hinduism. But the followers of Buddha had the idols of Buddha. They started worshipping Buddha. Again, they went back to the same tradition with Buddha opposed. So you can see it's a cycle. The cycle is running. Even you look at Islam is more modern than Christianity. Against they established the philosophy of birth and rebirth. And no shape, no akar of the ultimate. But they have this, but after the death, on the doomsday, Qayamat ke din, the spirit will come out of the grave and will have to give their account. To whom? Spirit in no form, formless form will come out and will give account to the formless ultimate. And if there is no birth and rebirth, what for account is there? So the conflict is always coming all along. So we have a cycle of modern and postmodern and tradition. All the three continue in our life. We have the nostalgia for tradition. We want to create tradition by becoming more and more postmodern, modern. With this, I'm very thankful to the organizers, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, the head of department. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening speech on postmodernism. Your deep insight and comprehensive knowledge of provided a profound understanding of the complexities within this intricate subject. Your dedication of sharing wisdom is truly appreciated. Once again, thank you so much, sir.
Now, I would like to call Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh to felicitate Professor Sanjay Mishra, sir, with bouquet. Sir is felicitating S.C. Jaswal, sir, Head of Management. Sir is now felicitating Sanjay Mishra, sir, Dean PGS, R&D. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call Professor Sanjay, sir, to come on the podium and enlighten us with your words, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for the invitation. And first, I would say that I was not supposed to deliver this particular speech since our Honorable VC sir is engaged in meeting. So I got this opportunity and thanks the organizer for this. First of all, I convey my sincere thanks to all the keynote speakers who has given the deliberations on this complex issue. And I congratulate the organizers, particularly Professor Dr. Recend Singh sir, and all the partners, MOU partners and other partners who are actively engaged in this particular event. As far as the issue is concerned, I can say that because since I'm not from the literature part, I'm from the technical side. But whatever the deliberations I have heard, I can say that for the young generation, this particular topic is going to be very useful, because what we can see in the real society is that, in fact, whether even though we are adopting the new technologies and new things for our communication and all these things, but the regional feeling and the cultural feelings are shrinking every day. So we need something, we need a platform where we can extend our thoughts so that the particular barrier, the cultural barriers which is actively engaged in the society, they get disseminated properly, and we can mitigate all those barriers so that we can interact and we can create a very harmonious and peaceful society at the global level, at the national level also. And for the young generation, this particular topic, the keynote deliberations, the particular technical sessions which will be held today as well as tomorrow also. So I request all the young participants to actively listen all those things which the our keynote speakers as well as the participants will deliver, and follow all those things which they say or they like they want to communicate to you, and try to like build a society where everyone can live with cultural freedom as well as with peace and harmony. So with this, I again congratulate all the participants, and I especially congratulate all the our partners and organizing society for this beautiful event. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. You all were listening to our Dean, Postgraduate Studies and Research and Development. And this is the time for abstract book release. So I may please take this opportunity to invite again Professor Sanjay Mishra, sir, who is here as the representative of Vice Chancellor Sahab as well, and Dean Postgraduate Studies and Research, for the release of the abstract book of this conference. So this is the almost last moment, final moment of the inaugural session and of International Conference on Recent Trends in Postmodernism and Reappraising Literary and Cultural Episteme.
Online. शेयर कीजिए विंडो पर इस पे करिए शेयर
स्क्रीन पे शेयर ये मिनिमाइज करेंगे।
आपका वो कहाँ है abstract कहाँ पर है इसी पे इसको ओपन कर लीजिए पहले हाँ इसको ओपन करिए
आप करिए एक फोटो ले लो।
So this is the abstract for your derivations.
Yes.
Yes, sure. एक बार अपने आप एक बार अपने से देख लीजिए अपने से देख लीजिए ओके ये रन नहीं कर रहा है इसको Okay, so thank you.
So here is the contribution of all the presenters and resource persons, their profiles. Everything is available in this abstract book. We are thankful as a host and for joining all of you for this inaugural session. At this moment, I'm lucky that my Senior Professor S.C. Jaiswal Sahab spared time for as the MOU coordinator, and we are having Professor Jabir Pratap Singh from KIPM College of Management, a few more faculty members. I would love to welcome you all for this inaugural session of this international program. Here are abstracts shared by all the presenters that will be presented with their titles. We are having lot many topics, like even for the first time we are having an abstract on forensic linguistics. That is another domain of language learning, and a lot many things are there. So we can have these titles like Metamorphosis of Ganesh and Gauri, a critical study of OTT text Tali. Then a lot many papers, changing an unavoidable term in special reference to Arkener and the vendor of the sweets. So before moving forward further, it's time for vote of thanks, and I would like to invite Mr. Raman Jaswal ji, Dr. Raman Jaswal from Government Girls Degree College, Himachal Pradesh, Una, the organizing secretary of this conference, to deliberate upon and to deliver his vote of thanks, acknowledge the vote of thanks. Over to Sanjay Raman Jaswal ji.
Well, thank you, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, my fellow friend. I feel deeply humbled and obliged while I stand here in front of you all to propose vote of thanks for the inaugural ceremony of this 2 days international conference on the theme Recent Trends in Postmodernism, Reappraising Literary and Cultural Episteme. First of all, I extend my heartfelt thanks and deep sense of gratitude to the chief guest of the inaugural session, Dr. Episteme Kire, who is an award-winning Indian origin author and poet, for joining here with us all the way from Norway. She blessed us all with her kind words and words of wisdom. She was kind enough to spare her valuable time for the inaugural session. She's a source of inspiration for millions of people across the globe, and is a subject, and her books are a subject of research which have been opted as topics by many research scholars across various universities in India and abroad. Next, I take this opportunity to express my gratefulness to Professor J.P. Saini, who is Honorable Vice Chancellor of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, as he was kind enough to provide his approval for this 2 days international conference, and allow the faculty members of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology to come here with us for organizing this 2 days conference. I feel delighted when I propose my vote of thanks to Professor Aruna Bhardwaj, who is patron of this 2 days international conference. Ma'am was kind enough to readily agree to our suggestion, to our proposal of organizing an international conference, and that too of such scale. So thanks to ma'am. I express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandey, President of the Achievers Foundation for English Studies, for inviting us to collaborate with his organization, along with Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. My heartfelt gratitude to the host department of the inaugural session of this 2 days international conference, that is Humanities and Social Science Department, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, particularly the head of this department, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, who worked day and night to make this inaugural session a successful one. My special thanks for Professor Sanjay Mishra, Dean Research and Development, PG Department, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, as he provided us with his necessary approval. My special thanks to Dr. Jayveer Singh, Dean, KIPM College of Management, Gida, Gorakhpur, who came along with his students in this inaugural session. My special regards for Professor S.C. Jaiswal, who is Coordinator, MOU Partner, MMUT. My special thanks to the NDLI Club MMUT, particularly its president, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, who provided us necessary assistance in creating the event at the portal of National Digital Library of India. My special thanks to Professor Jay Prakash, who is Registrar of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, as he provided us with necessary approval for organizing this 2 days conference. My special thanks to IT Resource Center of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology and its president, its convener, Professor D.S. Singh, who provided necessary technical logistics and assistance for this inaugural session. My special thanks for Professor Arjun Dubey, who is Professor Emeritus and founder, chairman of the Department of Humanities and Management Science at Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. Along with that, I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the eminent resource persons, including Professor K.M. Pandey, Banaras Hindu University, and Professor Neenu Kumar, Delhi University. Along with that, I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Jaiprakash Prakash Joshi, who joined us here in the inaugural session from Allahabad University. Along with that, I also extend my heartfelt thanks to all the delegates who joined us from various universities from abroad, including Nigeria, Kenya, United Kingdom. And I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the delegates from India, from various Last but not least, the research scholars of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, and along with that, the students of the KIPM College of Management, who beared with us for these 3 hours during the inaugural session. I seek pardon if I have missed out somebody's name. Thank you all. Warm regards. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words. Now, just to end the session, we are enjoying each and everyone's the speakers and all. Now we would like to end the session with national anthem. So every person in their respective place, please stand up.
Thank you all for being with us, and rest of the session will be conducted online and hosted as per schedule, distributed. So all the participants, and I may take this opportunity to ask the organizing secretary and conference president that people will be connecting online approx. It's already What is time right now?
Sir, we are Sudhir sir, Dr. Sudhir.
Yes,
I
2:30.
think we are late now, so we'll start the technical session by 2:30 will be fine, Dr. Raman.
So
2:30 will be fine.
2:45, I think 2:45
Okay,
will be okay because people will be moving and connecting again.
right.
So 2:45 onwards, approx 20 minutes delayed, 30 minutes delayed.
Okay, fine.
So,
So
so we will
we'll meet
disperse now,
again at
and
2:45.
thank you for being with us. So that's it from the side of Department of Humanities and Social Science, uh, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, and we will be meeting in virtual sessions uh, right now onwards for next 2 days. And thanks a lot. Now is it right to disconnect or close the session, Dr. Sanjay?
Thank you so
Uh,
much, sir, for creating such a wonderful
yes,
session
of
during
course.
the inaugural time.
Thank you.
Uh,
Thanks a
it
lot.
was really a mesmerizing session, Dr. Sudhir, and well arranged from your side, from your department, or rather, I would say your university. So it was marvelous and mind blowing. So we'll meet at 2:45 now.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
हाँ जी आ गया आ गया आ गया
Am I audible? Sound? Hello? Yeah.
Hello, sir. You are audible.
I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
So, how many participants are there to present the paper? Huh?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm a participant. I want to present my paper.
So, I am Professor Arjun Dubey, and proceedings of the papers may continue, and the topic everybody knows, and they have written the paper, and each participant has to present the paper in such a way that it is winded up within given time. So, from my side, the participants may come forward and present the paper. Over to Bhumika.
Okay, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm Nasser Long.
Yes, yes.
I'm Nasser Long from Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria. Welcome in India.
So I'm here to present a paper titled Phonological Analysis of English allomorphs.
Oh, very good.
In the speech of the Nigerian newscasters. So I'm very happy and delighted for having such opportunity to present this paper in this interesting inaugural section. So my paper, like I said, it has to do with the language or linguistics. So although most of the paper that I had or I listened is all about literature, but sorry for this language intrusion into this section. So like I said, the paper is all about the English language. When we look at the English language nowadays, is developed, is separate around the world. Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are. You carry on.
Okay, English is separate around the world, and many people speak and learn English. So in this process of learning English, we observe that in certain aspects of English language are not followed, or certain rules of speaking English are not followed by the speakers of English. In that case, many scholars have suggested that English should be spoken as the way the rules of that language is. So this paper is trying to examine and identify the way Nigerian broadcasters use alarmobs, English alarmobs in their spoken English. So in that case, I want to define what alarmob is. Many professors, many scholars, many seasoned academics have defined alarmobs as a different phonetic realization of morpheme. What I mean that a morphemes could at least take different realization when it appears in certain context, like the way English words is pronounced, like in case of the morpheme Z sound, S sound, E, Z sound. So this realization is a rule which governs the environment in which these sounds are supposed to be pronounced. For instance, in case of dog, when X morphemes is attached to the root morphemes, it can be pronounced as dogs, because the g sounds that appear at the end of this word is voiced sound. So it has to be the bound morphemes should be Z sound, should carry the Z sound. So when in English this rules is applied to the voiced and voiceless sounds. When the sounds is appear, when the sound is voiced, then the coming morphemes that should be pronounced as also voiced. This is influence, or what we call assimilation, where the voice sounds will assimilate the voiceless sounds. Sound is voiceless, but when it appears close to the voice sounds, should be assimilated to become a voice tone. So these are some of the rules that I identify in Nigerian context, where some of the learners are not aware of such a process, how this process occur in English. So I tried to analyze such a process by considering the newcasters, which they speak English in a broader and a wider in a wider way, where some people who know these rules may at least listen or watching them. How are they strict with such rules of morphological rules or phonological rules of English language? So the research objectives that I use in this study is to identify and describe ways Nigerian broadcasters realize phonetically conditioning alarmobs of plural marker and past tense marker. So this process apply both in plural markers X and past tense markers, which is ed, a regular verb. Where in regular verb you have some cases where this sounds is influenced by the environment of such by the environment in which such words appear. So for this, I use the methodology that I want to use, descriptive research design, where we select, where we count people and words and how they are using this words, how they are using this this process in their spoken English. Then again, in the process of this descriptive research design, we also select 28 participant or respondent in this research, they all come from radio and TV stations in Nigeria. We have many radio and TV stations in Nigeria, so we have to randomly select them. In that case, we select four radio and TV station, where in this radio and TV station we selected at least 28 people, where we observe and see how they use this process. So to do this again, we apply optimality theory, which theory introduced by Fu and Simolonki, 1998. Then the theory, like I said, proposed that the poems is acted on simultaneously by hierarchical constraints that are within the ambit of markedness and pitifulness constraint. Then the markedness constraint are interested in the input, are interested in the output representation less mark. So you just look at this where these theories try to rank this evaluation of such a speech in order to see whether this the speech of the speech of the Nigerian broadcasters correspond with the British or American English, so rules of spoken English. So again, after this, we just look at the finding that we use, that we find that we identify that many speakers or many broadcasters do not follow these rules of allomorphic. They don't follow these allomorphic rules because, like we say, many of them they couldn't produce such allomorphic, or they couldn't produce this.
प्रतिभा, ये प्रतिभा,
Of the Englishness. You don't mind with the accent. Don't say you should speak with the English accent, but at least you should try to speak with the rules suggested by the some theories in linguistics and phonology. For instance, generative phonology, we have optimality theory and natural generative phonology. All these theories that suggest how the particular speech or aspect of language should be produced. In fact, generative phonology insists on the following the rules of the language because it is serve as a linguistics competence. So that in that case, if you want to become competent in English, you should at least try to observe the rules being stated by the by the rules of the language. Because most of this theory is try to look at the language is universal. That is, certain rules or principles of language should be at least being used based on the rules of that of that language. So in that case, I'm so happy that I was given such opportunity to represent my paper on this inaugural section, which I never expected it to find myself there. So I'm happy for such opportunity being given to me. Again, I hello. Are you with me? Am I audible, sir? Hello? Hello?
Actually, this is the problem with the technology. When we try to connect
Hello?
someone with some system, so there is audio problems, video problems.
Hello, sir.
Now you are seen. You are visible.
Eh?
Now you are visible.
Am I audible?
Uh,
Okay, sir. So,
Audible
this
and
aspect,
visible both. We can see you also.
how do you say?
But we can see you also, we can hear you also,
Eh?
but the problem is that of technology. Because this is the defect when
Technology.
we try to conduct any program through online system. So,
Okay, sir.
so your paper is over?
I'm audible now.
You are audible.
Yes, sir.
So you have completed. Yeah, you have to test. You have to speak some more points.
Okay, sir. Hello?
So
sir, so what I mean by this of this topic is has to do with the how the language of English is growing, is spreading across the world. So many countries, so many nations, so many regions is trying to embrace the culture, the linguistic aspect of English language. So in that case, so many, for instance, Crystal have suggested that estimate that more than 235 million L2 learners were learning English and as a second language. Then again, she made a valid conclusion that because English, according to McKay and Brown, is spoken as first language by around 3.75 million speakers of the world, and around 750 million people are believed to speak English as a foreign language. So in that case of this number of people who are speaking the English language across the world, because the number of people who speak English outnumber the number of people who speak English as L2 or second language outnumber the people who speak English as a native language, native speakers. So in that case, English should be spoken as the way the rules of English language being stated in so many theories of phonology. So that case, we are trying to, as a teacher, as in many secondary school and university, I have been observed all these cases where we shouldn't adhere with particular rules of English language. Where anyway we speak the language without looking at the rules that suggest the way in which we can speak that language according to the particular culture or particular linguistic aspect of that language. So, so this research, like I said, is very wide. I have written so many things, so I just try to summarize main point, my key point that I have explained here in front of you. So, like I said,
please conclude.
Okay.
You can conclude.
I'm listening.
Yeah. Actually, problem is you can conclude. Conclude, please. Conclude.
Okay.
Okay.
I can conclude. Okay. Okay, sir. So, my conclusion is that these studies give different description on how Nigerian newscasters will produce English alum of plural markers and past tense markers. It was observed that vast number of participants do not produce this morphological process while they are delivering news broadcast. In that case, however, the newcasters will be given explicit training, not only in English alarms, but also in some connected speech, which is very obvious, is quite important for the speakers, especially native broadcasters, to try to learn how English connected speech are used. So this is what I have suggested for this. I'm very happy for giving me this chance and opportunity to present this paper at this interesting inaugural section of this conference. I'm very happy, sir.
Thank you, Nasrullah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have put insight of a new aspect of English language about the speaking as well as the written, and in context of Nigeria, you have tried to throw light of English language. Because you see that so far English language is concerned, its accent differs from society to society, from countries to country. It is not uniform, even in England also. The Wales have different accentual patterns, and the London-based people have different, Irish have different. So accentual patterns varies from place to place, from soil to soil, just as the taste of water also changes after every 2 miles. Similarly, the accent of a language also changes after every 4 miles. Anyway, it was very interesting, your paper. Now, next participant.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
no.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm very delightful for giving me this opportunity, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next participant.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Also, my name is Aisha Mustafa from Nigeria also.
Both are Nigerian. Wonderful. Very good.
Yes. So my topic is sustaining a coherent conceptual system in literary theory triangle, a study of Jim Baudrillard's essay, Simulacra and Simulation. So my abstract is, this paper thoroughly explores Jim Baudrillard's Simulacra and Simulation, investigating simulacra, simulation, and hyperreality in the postmodern era. The analysis reveals Baudrillard's coherent conceptual system intertwining structure, subjectivity, and text. It introduced a postmodern dimensions, emphasizing an intricate interplay of meaning and interpretation as mere science, projected into hyperreality through captivating imagery. Baudrillard's paradigm mirrors contemporary complexity, unveiling interconnectedness among societal structure, individual subjectivity, and textual transcends norms, inviting nuanced engagement with simulated realities. Baudrillard challenges conventional interpretation in the quest for meaning, labeling it as transcend science within the hyperreal. The essay underscores technological transformative role mediating the projection of simulacra and simulation to shape perception within the intricate web of hyperreal experience. So the keywords are simulacra, simulation, and hyperreality. So, the complexity of literary theory has spurred thinkers across discipline to propose ideas aligning with three-tier model, which is structure, subjectivity, and text. In the classical era, the literary author had primacy within criticism focused on defining, identifying, expounding, and evaluating works. The attention was on audience and authors. The 20th century introduced uncertainties about the real meaning of a text and its interpretation, shifting focus from the author to the reader, to the context, and to the text. Over the past 30 years, literary criticism has expanded beyond the confines of literature to encompass all knowledge fields. However, these concepts seek a final vocabulary, a pivotal term, or a concept acting as the master code, grid, or coordinate expected to anchor the analysis, interpretation, and conceptualization of the inquiry. So this particular essay, Simulacra and Simulation, stand as a monumental work by Jean Baudrillard, a prominent postmodern literary analyst who was a French philosopher, sociologist, and cultural theorist, revered as a guru in the literary speaking world. His influence extends far beyond cultural and literary theory, encompassing various genres such as movies, computer games, and theoretical discourse. This work, often labeled as ism and cultural theory, challenges traditional narrative structures, emphasizing the failure of culture to offer fundamental knowledge for the object of inquiry. Baudrillard's primary concern revolves around questioning the real beyond the representation, rejecting both Marxist and structuralist notions. As a postmodern critic, he shifted the focus of literary form from art to technology in the age of media production. So, while not providing solution to the ongoing debate, he offers keen observation of the modern era. Like he's just like other critics like Lyotard, Deleuze, Baudrillard, and some key issues of postmodern structuralist thinkers like signs, signifiers, signified meaning, and context of meaning from the traditional Greek to a post-structuralist ideology. So now I'm going to discuss the issue, what what is simulation and hyperreal from what Baudrillard has explained. Story John defines simulacra as an identical copy without an original. Simulacra refers to artistic objects or representations that lose their connection to reality, becoming mere copies of presence, eminence, and meaning. Baudrillard argues that humans, through intellect, can create copies without original, where he gave example of Disneyland and Las Vegas. According to Baudrillard, the Disneyland imagery is neither true nor false. So it's difficult for you to differentiate the true from the real from the imaginary. So in the modern era, even if something is a copy, technology has advanced to a point where distinguishing between the real and the copy becomes nearly impossible. Baudrillard contends that Disneyland is a representation without an original, asserting that the copy itself holds intrinsic meaning as an author, reader, context, and text. Its originality has independent significance, eliminating the need for association with a signified for further interpretation. So in the modern era, we don't need a signified to connect to reality. The present reality or any reality presented through technology can be taken as a real on its own. So again, in the modern age, numerous instances highlight the phenomenon of images where the copy transforms into an original, essentially becoming a clone of the original. The copied image or product attain an original status, making it challenging to discern the genuine from the replica. Walter Benjamin, in his paper Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, explores the profound changes brought about by mechanical production on the analysis and evaluation of art in the modern era. Benjamin argues that in the contemporary historical context, mechanical reproduction has turned works of art from imitations into entities with inherent reality. So, so in the contemporary time, the influence of hyperreality is everywhere. For example, in news, the news story at times may not inherently be real, but portrayed as such, creating a hyper-real environment, especially in television. Distinguishing between the real and its cinematic portrayal becomes challenging as events like war attacks are depicted in a way that closely resembles a movie. So again, another example is In the modern film production, works like here in Nigeria, we have TV series, like in India, we have the Indian soap operas, stand independently as genuine creation rather than mere imitation copies or satires of the society. These productions are real on their own, presenting finished products that leave viewers with the completed work without revealing the process of inspiration without behind it. Notably, this notably shows like there are shows like Black Mirror, which also exemplify a reality so convincing that it blurs the line between the fiction and the real world. The world depicted in such movies stand as an authentic entity requiring no external representation. Again, the characters in these movies possesses unique traits that contribute to their individual authenticity. So again, there is a genre called kayfabe genre in movies represented hyper-reality, notably observed in music and history, where authenticity diminishes and pretense prevails. Public, publicly displayed relationships such as Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber are perceived by some as artificial, embodying hyper-real rather than real dynamics. Again, we have wrestling. Wrestling broadcast on television exemplify representation without a reality. A stage event may deceive viewers into perceiving them as genuine. Similarly, in the movies like Vampire Diaries, characters appear to inhabit our world, convincingly blurring the lines between fiction and reality. Reality shows like The Kardashians are also simulation lacking through authenticity. Advertisement on television mirrors this trend, presenting simulation without genuine reality. There is also the emergence of virtual reality games, which exemplify this, offering an immersive experience through technological instruments like glasses, transporting individuals into various worlds that mimic reality. So these virtual worlds enable users to engage in various activities, creating an alternate reality within the game. There is also MMORG, that is massively multiplayer online game. It's another dimension of gaming, presenting a hyper real society of simulation, where the game's reality is self-contained and independent of external world. Players from different parts of the globe connect online using phones or computers to engage in shared visual experience. This online game creates a unique world that lives within the context detached from external reality. So also there is the coming of social media platforms, which include, let's say, Instagram. Here in Nigeria, we have TikTok, which is more trending than all the rest, often serve as representation of simulation and simulacra, where the presented reality is affected and lacks authenticity. The content shared on Instagram, for example, tends to showcase a curated version of life, emphasizing success, wealth, and positivity, nothing like reality in this particular show. So, in these virtual spaces, the real often takes a backseat, giving way to constructed narratives that align with societal ideals. The platform becomes a stage for individuals to project an idealized version of their lives rather than an accurate reflection of reality. So absolutely, these examples discussed illustrate that the concept of hyperreality, simulacra, and simulation are not merely representation, but have become distinct realities in the modern era. Whether observed in the realm of film, music, online gaming, or social media platforms, the blurring of the lines between what is real and what is constructed has become a pervasive and defining aspect of contemporary culture. The notion that these simulated experiences hold a reality of their own, detached from traditional concept of authenticity, highlights the profound impact of hyperreality on how we perceive and engage with various forms of media and technology in the modern world. So I'm going to conclude now. In conclusion, the contemporary age has witnessed dissolution of distinction between the real and the art. giving rise to a universal simulacrum. The concept of hyperreality, simulation, and simulacra has become the predominant theoretical framework shaping our understanding of the world. The meaning-making process faces challenges in this area, as context become a crucial determinant of meaning. The modern age is characterized by an instinct drive to produce endless and unique creations, fueled by competition and desire for independence. Technology mediates everyday life, blurring the lines between real and unreal, making it increasingly difficult to discern of the true nature of things. Baudrillard's essay highlights the emergence of new culture that disrupt the consumerist culture. Simulacra, simulation, and hyperreality challenge traditional rules, questioning the authority of authors, readers, text, and content. The essay offers a radical shift in critical practice, incorporating the four grids into the realm of hyperreality. So, from the analysis of the paper I have discussed, so it's difficult for us to discern or to differentiate between the real and on the and the unreal. For example, now we are in virtual reality. We are presenting a paper online, so we cannot differentiate what is the real and what is unreal because we are on web. So that is what Baudrillard is saying. So there is no need to say this is the sign. We have to follow a particular way for something because we are unable to differentiate the real and the unreal. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you so much. Your paper was really very interesting one.
Thank you, sir.
Very interesting one. You try to connect your points of view with the technology, and it is something new. Uh, so, thank you so much. And now it's over to the next participant.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anchal, and I'm doing my PhD from Punjab University, Chandigarh. So today I'm going to present my paper on nature in the time of pollution, studying ecofeministic concerns in the animated movies of Disney and Studio Ghibli. I believe we all are well aware about Disney and Studio Ghibli, the two very famous production houses of animation. So, humans' technological advancements for a comfortable life had to be put on trial when natural disasters, climate change, and pandemics became an irrefutable outcome of the scientific ameliorations. The relationship between human and nature traces back to time immemorial. Historically known to be bound of mutual dependence, the human nature relationship transformed into a profit driven relationship as a result of human greed. Numerous literary works have been instrumental in laying forth the beauty, resourcefulness, and agony of environment to the readers. From presenting nature as a mere beauteous mute surrounding to the reckless mechanization of humans adversely affecting the ecological balance, the journey has consequently paved the way for the formation and development of the field of environmental studies. Like we are well aware about the field of eco-criticism, which is coined by William Ruckert, which intends to study the relationship between literature and physical environment. Various eco-critics of around the world readers contributed to the study focusing to bring practical changes in the world through the theory. Among various aspects of eco-criticism emerged the theory of ecofeminism, which I'm going to study now through my paper. The excessive meddling with the extraction of natural resources result in natural disaster, climate change, epidemics, which have questioned humanity's lifestyle and moral values. As a result, instead of restricting to the topic of natural sciences, the need to study environmental degradation in literature is felt at most. Harvard University professor and eco-critic Lawrence Bull states the responsibility for addressing the problem or constellation of problems will increasingly be seen as the responsibility of all human beings, all human sciences. With the rapid industrialization and technological growth, literary works, eluding the environmental decadence, were making an effort to spread awareness among humanity. In the late 20th century, mass media emerged as the predominant mode of transmitting information. By the end of 1990s and early 2000s, internet flourished in many countries, making audience an active participant. And animation comes to be a very prominent source of mass media at the same time, altering perceptions, values, and even behavior. Various sociologists studied the remarkable impact mass media and animated movies and animation had on society and have on society. The human centered era gave rise to many environmental issues, thus bringing some remarkable ecological changes. In order to warn humans of their heedless attitude toward nature, many futuristic literary works showcasing apocalyptic or post apocalyptic worlds are created. Disney's Wall-E, which is produced in 2008, and Studio Ghibli's Spirited Away, which is produced in 2001, being one of those works. The present study attempts to read the interdependence between the changed nature of human relation and the degradation of nature, that is environment. Wall-E is a Disney Pixar animated film presenting the 29th century Earth, which is turned into a which is turned into a wasteland due to ecocide as a result of environmental neglect, corporate greed, and rampant consumerism. All humans have been evacuated by mega corporation named By and Large on a giant star line named Axiom. A robot named Wally, which means Waste Allocation Load Lifter, Earth class, has developed a personality and lives with his pet cockroach. Ironically, a non-living being or a non-living creature having a living pet. The second selected animated movie is Studio Ghibli's Spirited Away, is a well-renowned movie showcasing the degraded condition of environment and human relationships. Spirited Away wonderfully presents a consumerist, profit-oriented society by concealing the story in a kami world. Kami is a Japanese spirit world, which is relevant to their historical perceptions, making the movie an excellent example of defamiliarization. Spirited Away presents a twisted reflection of contemporary world. In order to create a contrast of present and past, both the selected movies have used the theme of sentimental nostalgia. And this sentimental nostalgia is used by Stanton, the director of Wall-E, and Miyazaki, the creator of Spirited Away, to bring forth a contrast in front of the audience about the flourished and modest past and the technologically developed but have become a wasteland kind of a present. Wall-E opens a view of outer space, slowly zooming to the waste-filled earth. In the background music playing, Put On Your Sunday Clothes, which is a very old song reflecting on the long lost simpler times. Various artifacts such as Zippo lighters, spokes, hubcaps, which were earlier used due to necessity, are in the present scenario in which the Wall-E is set up, are being collected by the corrector Wall-E, showcasing the austere condition of Earth. In Starliner Axiom, the captain named B. McCrean is completely lost the touch and the recollection of Earth. So when captain commands the AI, that is artificial intelligence, to introduce him to the Earth, and AI presents in front of him the physical and cultural aspects of Earth, instantly make the captain decide it is time for humans to move back to Earth. The longing for unadulterated nature and modest times is shared by Spirited Away as well. The coming of age story is a 10-year-old coming of age story of a 10-year-old girl named Chihiro, who, while shifting to another place with her family, unknowingly enters the world of Kami. The central location of the movie is Japanese bathhouse run by Yubaba, where a variety of kami and other Japanese folklore creatures come to bathe. The bathhouse is situated inside an abandoned theme park, which symbolizes the distorted cultural identity of Japan. The film underscores the westernization and commercialization of Japanese culture, where traditional locales were like bathhouses have been reduced to quiche tourist traps polluted with neon signs and angelicized words. In Spirited Away, there are multiple references to the bubble economy of the late 1990s, representing the greed that Miyazaki attributed to the economic struggle. Some of the major themes of both the movies is loss of sense of belonging. Um, in both the movies, the connectedness towards their roots is missing. Like in the humans living in Axiom have no recollection of Earth, and Chihiro, which is the lead character of Spirited Away, despite of being born and brought up in Japan, is oblivious to her culture, unintentionally following the luxury-oriented culture. Wall-E and Spirited Away contain many instances that qualify the movie to be recognized as thematically environmentally oriented. The very beginning of Wall-E showcases a forbidden planet covered with waste as a result of excessive consumerism and ecological neglect, and gives the audience a look of their own future. Hello? Hello? Am
Yes,
I
ma'am, you are
audible?
audible.
Hel-
Yeah.
Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible to me.
Okay, thank you. Okay. The very beginning of Wall-E showcase a forbidden planet covered with waste as a result of excessive consumerism and ecological neglect, and gives the audience a look at their own future if they do not mend their ways. The condition of people living in Axiom appears to be a warning against humans' complete dependence on technology, consequently leads to human connection. There are numerous instances where the movie qualifies to be an example of social ecofeminism. Social ecofeminism is witnessed whereby criticizing the profit-oriented and valuing human relation. Stanton and Miyazaki have envisioned the restructuring of society as humane, decentralized communities. In Wall-E, by obtaining a personality,
Since,
Wall-E, the
since we are running short of time, therefore it's requested that you
yeah,
should conclude it and
yes, sir. I just need 2-3 more minutes.
अभी 8 जानते हैं आपका प्रेजेंट करेंगे उधर फिर अगला इसी में
So, in the movie Wall-E, by obtaining a personality, the character Wall-E is very much like the character of Sisyphus, which is going on a rut and not very much aware about why he's performing all the duties. And in like Stenson believed that human relations are the main area of concern, and mentioned that disconnection is going to be the cause indirectly of
हेलो
anything that happens to life that's bad.
Anchal ma'am, let me interrupt you for a moment. Actually, next whole panel of presenter and session chair are waiting to be present, papers to be presented from the same link. So all the presenters are requested to wind up and read only abstract. Clear? We are running
Okay.
short of time. It will reach up to 7, 8 p.m. if we will allow that much time.
No
Okay.
problem, sir. Just okay, sir. Um, so there are many instances of social ecofeminism, which I cannot elaborate, but uh, in Spirited Away, through presenting the principle of no Motanai and principle of on, Miyazaki has attempted to present the Japanese culture, and have attempted to present the current society, what the what the cultural traditions were all about. So I conclude that the incessant deteriorating condition of the environment is a result of human aspirations to make their lives as comfortable and luxurious as possible. The present study has attempted to critically bring forth the aspect of codependence between humans' relationship and behavior with environment, which Stanton and Miyazaki have wonderfully crafted in the selected animated movies. Humans need to pay heed on the loss of humanity, then only the status of nature can be restored. Thank you so much. That's all, sir.
Thank you so much. You have presented very good paper. Now all the participants are requested to present abstract only because there are number of participants on the same link, and if we allow to read the paper, the whole paper, it will take 6 to 7 hours. So only abstract is to be read out, and I request the next participant to read the abstract of his or her paper. Thank you so much. नहीं है। सर पानी पिलाएं। ये देखिए हॉल 2 में आपका है और इनका क्या है हॉल 1। हॉल 1 में ही सब हमको हमारे से कनेक्ट है। अच्छा आपसे हॉल 1 में कनेक्ट है। हाँ।
If no one is available, may I start, sir? I'm on serial number 7, I guess.
Your name, please.
Dr. Hiralal Chetri, sir.
Dr. Hiralal Chetri. So,
if no one is there, sir, I mean, I have two participants before me.
You start with the abstract only.
All right, pleasure. Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. The title of the present paper is a comparative study of alienation and assimilation in the works of Chitra Banerjee Devakunni and Jhumpa Lahiri. Man has often unfathomed the unseen shores for ages in the pursuit of better livelihood. Since the evolution of human civilization, this displacement has been a contesting zone for the anthropologist, where the conundrum of immigration has votaries of its own. The history suggests that the first wave of diaspora has ushered in a new wave of immigration, where the host nation has been a nurturing ground for their dreams and aspirations. However, though displaced, these immigrants have always looked back to their native country as their homelands. The writings of the first generation diaspora thus have often been probed. The psyche of these immigration, where the pangs of in-betweenness have always kept them rooted in the native culture and firm in the host country. However, since the second generation diasporic writings have been a recent currency trading in the contemporary literary scenario, its repercussions have been far more enriching than the writings of the first generation diaspora. Since the present paper is a comparative study of the first and second generation diasporic writers, it studies the subjects of these writers to understand how immigration has shaped their outer and external world. The paper is also an attempt to decipher the trauma of alienation in the host country and to what extent these characters assimilate in the host culture. Thank you so much, sir. Shall I read the paper, sir, or the abstract only? You're not audible, sir. Sir, you're not audible.
Now I am audible.
Yeah. Thanks, sir. Yes, sir.
So your paper was very good, and it was appreciated by the head of department also, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh.
Okay.
So,
My pleasure, sir.
So it was very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. All right. Thank you, sir. Good day.
Just.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Muthudipa. Shall I start, sir? Sir? Good evening, sir. Am I audible? I couldn't hear anything. I am Dr. Muthudeepa. Sir,
Oh,
can you
okay.
hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
Please wait a while. Please wait a while.
Thank you.
Do we have the honorable chair for the technical session 2, Dr. Mahima Singh, with us? Okay. So, Dr. Mahima Singh, she has joined us. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
She'll be chairing the technical session 2, hall 1. And the session was supposed to be co-chaired by one of the teachers in my nearby institute, but because of certain engagements, he couldn't join us right now because of certain technical issues might be. So, Dr. Mahima Singh, who will be chairing the session, she's an assistant professor in the Department of English, DAV PG College, Varanasi, UP, and uh, she's quite a learned personality, and we are great to have her with us for the technical session too. With the kind permission of the chair, I would like to invite the participants of this technical session. Uh, do we have Mr. Ghulam Singh, who is independent scholar, and the topic of his presentation is post-coloniality between the end of history and meta-modernism. Do we have Mr. Ghulam Singh with us? Next participant we have in the technical session 2 is Guntaj Kaur. She is an assistant professor in the University of Delhi, and the title of her paper is Reclaiming Self Through Placiality, a Critical Discourse.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes,
Hope
please.
I'm audible.
Over to you, please. Guntaj, over to you, please.
Okay. So, this is Kuntaj from DSCC, University of Delhi. So, the title of my research paper is Reclaiming Self Through Placiality, a Critical Discourse. Placiality is the renewal of the significance of place in modern cultural theory. Beliefs regarding the cultural and frequently symbolic experiences that are shared by individuals, families, friends, communities are included in this sort of description. Despite the fact that ideas of place affiliation and sense of place overlap one another, the terms cannot be substituted for one another. Spatiality refers to not just a deep emotional link or a sense of familiarity with dwelling, especially after some amount of time has passed over a particular place, but also a sense of values and meanings that are shared with that place. So, the concept of placiality encompasses a number of parallel concepts related to having a profound affection for a place, such as topoanalysis, topophilia, the field of care. So I'm really sorry, but I am in the, uh, sorry, I'm very much in the college only, and I'm not right now in a situation to, because I'm already in meeting with our principal also. So I'm just, escaping the time and all that. So should I continue? So I'm really in such a tough situation. I hope that you will try and understand. Otherwise, I may leave also because the concept of placiality, I think I would like you people to continue because this is already a disruption over here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, next presenter. Yeah, sure, sir. Next presenter, we have Vishnu Prasad Gogoi, Assistant Professor of English, the Assam University, Jorat, Assam. And the Vishnu Prasad Gogoi, are you present here? Uh, do we have Sonia S. Pillai, Dr. Hiralal Chetri?
I'm already done with the presentation, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So next, we have this Sonia S. Pillai. Is she present here? No. Dr. M. Muthu Deepa.
Yes, ma'am. I am here.
So,
Am I audible?
yeah, you are audible. And the title of your paper is A Study of Reappraisal of Postmodernist Techniques in the Poems of Nizam Ezekiel. So, ma'am, are you going to present? Please
Yes, ma'am.
kindly switch on your video.
So that's what I am trying, but my phone and my what is that laptop? I wish to connect, ma'am. Wait. Happy afternoon, ma'am.
You have joined from two IDs.
Yes, ma'am. In my mobile, I joined, but the video is not working, and here audio is working in
You
laptop.
need to left one of your IDs, like you just cut off from there.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Happy morning. Happy afternoon to one and all present here. I am here to. Shall I give a deep presentation? That is, shall I share the PPT for me? Or
I think technical team is there to assist if you want to do PPT presentation.
yeah, I have a PPT, so I am asking them.
Okay.
Shall I? Is there any reduction of time in presenting the paper, ma'am? Or shall I move with my presentation as usual?
You may do PPT presentation and you may the way you want to within the given time frame.
Yes, ma'am. Happy afternoon to one and all present here. And this is my paper. That is the paper title is A Study of Reappraisal of Postmodernist Techniques in the Poems of Nizam Ezekiel. When I begin to read the term that is postmodernism, the main author and the first author came into my mind is Nizam Ezekiel. He's the Indian Jewish poet, and he is the father of postmodernism in Indian poetry, especially. But it has started in that is in British. It has the postmodernism has started in 1950s, and before that also they have started. But in India, it has been entered into India in the year 1952 only, and that too because of Nizam Ezekiel poems. He doesn't want to follow the traditional way of writing poems and all. So he came into my mind, and I have started postmodernism with his thoughts only. So I wish to just reappraise the techniques. That is, so many people, and so many critics has involved in this mystical poems, and so many critics have given their own ideas and all. And in this paper, I try to attempt a few poems on an Ezekiel. And when we go on to the Indian poetry and Indian Indian English writing and all, before the entry of English language into our motherland, the people and the poets write only in their own mother tongue languages, and they wish to represent their ideas and thoughts to the people. But after the entry of English language, and this language is a boon to all the poets, and it may be our wealth, because because of English language, our writings and our traditions are known to all the known to all the world. Throughout the world now it come to know only because of English language. So after the entry of English language, all the poets begin to write their thoughts in the English language. So here we can see that English language is main thing, and so Indian poems and their culture cannot be separated. Both our culture is along with only with English, only along with the poems, because our Asian in our Asian traditions also the people are moving with our music only. Even when we are sad or when we are happy, we will represent ourselves through our poems and through our music only. So Indian poets have a mindset that they can represent their thoughts and ideas to the people through their lyrics to the readers. So Nisim Ezekiel also has taken the part, but he has taken the part by I think we know that postmodernism and modernism. That is the modernism are all the actions, and the postmodern is the reaction of the modernist people. So here now we can see Nisim Ezekiel is showing his reality towards the society. When we take the poems, that is the urban Night of the Scorpion, and in his poems in time of change, in all his poems and all, the verses are not so important, and he is giving one. He's not sticking to one mode, and he's not going to end with the only one tendency. He has taken so many things. His poems may be interpreted in so many things. So if you take the Night of the Scorpion, the scorpion has bitten the poet's mother, and she is suffering throughout the whole night in the rainy and the dark night. Now all the people in the villages are looking at her, and they are searching for scorpions and all. But the poem ends with the lines that, "Oh God, thank you, you didn't." The scorpion didn't beat my child. They spared my children, and the pain is only for me. Thank God. So this is the mentality of the Indians. So the Indian mothers and the Indian tendency are taken care of by mystical poems. So this is the techniques I have found in mystical poems. And if you take the poem that is urban, here he was born in Bombay, and we can see Bombay, the whole city in throughout the poem, how the modernized civilized society is there. He witnessed both pre-independence and the post-independent people. The pre-independence people are having some kind of what is that? Fear in their mind. But after getting the independence, we can see the mindset of the people that is very, very different. And post-independent, there is a growth in science, and there is growth in knowledge, and there is growth in literature. In each and every corner, there is a growth and development, and this reflected in literature also. So the people are having some struggles in their mind, but even then they are ready to cope up with the new world. So here Nisim Ezekiel is the Nisim Ezekiel exhibited all the things in his poem. That is the new way of life and the new path of life is shown in the Mumbai city. But there is a long way to see the nature, and also the happiness of the nature is also depicted in his poems. And so many poems also there, and I can point out all the things. Just I am reappraising the mystical poems and his techniques, and just I am explaining the thoughts in my way. Hope my presentation is well engaged.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for highlighting the elements of postmodernism in the poems of Nazim Ezekiel, and especially the interpretation that you did of Night of the Scorpion by tracing the new way of life in the city of Mumbai, and the other poems of Nazim Ezekiel too, as you were talking about. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Next presenter we have Dr. Daisy Verma.
ஒரு கிளிப் கூட எடுத்துடலாமா? அப்படியே உட்கார்ந்து
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
ஒரு செல்ஃப் தானே
Yes,
கேக்குறீங்க?
you are audible.
அதுல இல்ல இல்லாமா? இப்ப அந்த பேக் எடுத்துடணும்ல, அப்படியே போய் சப்பானி மாதிரி உட்கார்ந்துருக்கா. என்ன அம்மாவை கூப்பிட்டாங்கல்ல?
A very good afternoon to one and all. Ma'am, can I please request you to mute your mic? Yes, ma'am. It's done. Thank you. So on this
a little cold and a little warm afternoon. I consider it my privilege to be talking to you about a very pertinent topic that is, and the title of my paper is Diaspora and Displacement in Kiran Desai's The Inheritance of Loss. Diasporic literature is a remarkable treasure trove of a variety of cultural ideas and trends. This literature is distinguished by specific peoples' colonial consciousnesses despite its extreme diversity and difference, allowing the authors to proclaim their national identity and accurately convey the disruptive effects of colonization. Today's cultural philosophy is largely shaped by writers who dwell on the periphery of two cultures, an impulse to migrate, recreate and re-establish the cultural identity lead them to write on diaspora. The term diaspora, according to Tollerone, denotes, and I quote, a larger semantic domain that includes words like immigration, expatriate, refugee, guest worker, exile community, ethnic community, and I unquote. It is also noticed that there is difference between diaspora and migration, as discussed by John McLeod in Beginning Post-Colonialism. Migrant identity means, and I quote, a person who's influenced by the past migration history of his/her parents or grandparents, unquote. Another word that is synonymously associated with diaspora is exile. It is not necessary to always equate both the terms, as exile refers to a forceful migration. Many times, voluntary migration also leads to the emerging of diaspora. People sometimes choose to migrate to an alien country, severing their roots from their native country and community with a bright hope to live a happy and prosperous life. According to William Safran, the people of diaspora are not bound to the maintenance or restoration of their homeland, which is their true home. It is often the place to which they or their descendants would or should eventually return. The diasporic identity does not need to be liked by all. And the diasporic writing is about or by peoples who are linked by common histories of uprooting, dispersal, communal homelands, and common cultural heritage, but it develops certain cultural and historical identities depending on the political and the cultural particularities of the dominant society. Now, because of the laxity of time, I'm not going into the details of the writer, but we all know that Kiran Desai is a famous diasporic writer and the daughter of the famous author Anita Desai. She has won many awards. She's highly proclaimed, and the work about which we are talking is The Inheritance of Loss, which was published in early 2006. So, in her writing technique, there is something which is very original and poetic in the way she writes. One such example is using of italics for foreign words to emphasize their uniqueness, and capital letters when she expresses emotion like anger, anguish, and disbelief. Her works often speak in a tone of poetry, and which is invariably about the theme of cultural clashes, identity crisis, exile, displacement in the broad perspective of globalization. The issues like immigration, insurgency, multiculturalism, poverty, and search for home find a wide space in her works. Now, talking about the novel, not really going into the story, but I'll briefly give a little background of the novel, which is set partly in India and in America and in Britain. The novel starts with the insurgency of which Nepalis demand for a separate state of Gorkha land for them. It happens in a small town called Kalimpong, which is situated in the mountain bottom of Kanchenjunga in the northern eastern part of India. It has five major characters: Jemubai Patel, Sai, who's a granddaughter of Jemubai, Gyan, a math tutor, the cook, and Biju, who's the son of the cook. The character of Jemubai Patel plays an important role in the novel. He emulates the British and wants them to recognize him as a part of them, loathes the Indian, and is hated consequently by both the English as well as the Indians, which leads to him to have a low self-esteem and lack of self-respect. So he is kind of a representation of a diasporic identity when you belong to neither the places. So whatever recognition he's seeking in the foreign land, which he cannot express with words, so he begins to hunt for assurance. There's when he comes back to India, wherever he sees people around him following the same Indian behavior, reminds him of his shortcoming, that infuriate that brings a lot of fury to him. And the constant sufferer of this anger is his wife Nimi. Now, through the character of Nimi, Desai reflects how women are the ones who have to bear the brunt of a man's failure to accept his identity. And then his granddaughter is also another important character. The entire way of life has become so intrinsic to her identity that she never even realizes a thing she is lacking until she meets Gyan, who's a maths tutor who belongs to a humble background. Though Sai never considers all these differences, she falls in love with him. But unlike Gyan, Sai is more accepting and willing to change the wrongs in her. Gyan looks down upon her and often criticizes her. Now, there are another two characters, Gyan and Cook, which are a representation of the diasporic clashes. So, coming to skipping a little about the story, coming to the few major themes. So there is Biju, who's a cook. He wants to go to the United States, and his father sends him to chase that American dream every Asian thinks of without knowing the reality of it. J. Parveena says, and I quote, New York is the representative of global village because people from all over the world, specifically belonging to the third world, come here in order to get jobs and improve their livelihood. But the author describes how people are unwilling to work for their motherland, are willing to do something in a foreign country where they are emotionally traumatized for the rest of their lives. Biju's mannerism differs from the others in that rather than embracing the Western way of life as a natural part of life, he becomes a firm believer of his tradition. From the minute he arrives in United States, he feels like a fish out of water. Now, another important theme which Desai is talking about here is that how this particular novel examines how people connect with each other's views when living in different nations. It talks about various immigration concerns and cultural differences. A renowned diasporic writer, she attempts to cover all her varied experience through her artistic creation, and that is what which is clearly seen in the novel. The impact of British colonialism lingers in Kalimpong, and the ethnic and religious differences divide communities. For example, Catholic missionaries shame Nepalis, Tibetans, and Indian students in convent schools, forcing them to adopt Western behaviors such as speaking English and eating with a fork and a knife. Multicultural experience and items also provide social capital among the wealthy class of the state. Lola and Noni decorate their houses with eclectic collection of antiques and imports such as British clothing, Tibetan chokosi tables, Russian paintings. The diverse origin of these items make Lola and Noni feel cultured, cosmopolitan, and adventurous. However, Biju in New York encounters people from different cultural and ethnic backgrounds for the first time. He friends Saeed, a Zanzibarian Muslim, and confronts the prejudice he's learned in Kalimpong. Her work covers aspects of social, political, economic, historical, and cultural life that are shared by people. The migration issue today is very different from what it was in the past. People from the third world were once transported as laborers to work as slaves, and it was not necessarily a voluntary migration. Most of the time, Western countries have imported colored people to take on those jobs, which they themselves consider inferior. But now the times are changing. The migration now often is a choice people make. However, much to the dismay of the fact, the diasporic journey to a foreign land leads them to a state of alienation, which is a huge concern. As even, the topic of my paper is displacement. So displacement from the roots to a greener pasture, only to learn that what truly matters is what they have left home. The 20th century is a century of globalization, and that is why more people are immigrating. But what they confront largely is cultural chaos and identity crisis. Also, I would like to, kind of share with all of us here that diaspora is not necessarily always about longing. It also is about a state where people are able to break the barriers of the caste, and they are able to lead a better life as considered to what their life was in the native land. But the truth still remains that wherever one goes, one cannot completely break away from the memories of homeland and roots. Outer self can change, but inner self remains loyal to one's values and manners. It is also right that migration brings change in one's lifestyle, language, and food habits, that one's inner self remains true to one's value and manner. So, this novel examines these different kinds of diaspora and migration, which shows the pangs and nostalgia of immigrants. And nostalgia is again a very important feature of diaspora, where once when you are uprooted, you miss the smell of your soil, and there is a kind of a vacuum, a void we find often in the immigrants. And I would like to quote an observation from KB Sujata, and I quote: "The tensions of transplanted existence, the struggle for survival in an alien land and culture, the traumatic experience crackled by multiple identities, the state of rootlessness, insecurity, denial of independence, and a safe anchorage, etc., are compound in case of migrant people." As I was talking earlier, also alienation, which is an inescapable facet of modern life. It refers to estrangement, frustration, and anguish. And Erich Fromm opines alienation, and I quote: "A mode of experience in which a person himself experiences himself as an alien. He has become, one might say, estranged from himself. He does not experience himself as the center of his world, as the creator of his own acts. The alienated person is out of touch with himself as he is out of touch with other persons." And I unquote. The concept of alienation exists through centuries, which is strongly attached to the multifarious disciplines, including philosophy, feminism, sociology, education, and anthropology. It is the term that is all embracing, and we see people like Salman Rushdie, Amitabh Ghosh, Nopal, who talk about the same things in their various works. Now, coming to the issue of displacement, is become more conscious and more willing than forceful, and which is intrinsically connected with migration, diaspora, and multiculturalism. Again, skipping some part because of the laxity of time, I would like to share with you a quote by Homi K. Bhabha in his essay of Mimicry and Man, the ambivalence of colonial discourse, and I quote: "Colonial mimicry is the desire for a reformed, recognizable other as a subject, a difference that is uncontrollable, which is to say the discourse of mimicry is constructed around a ambivalence." So often we see that people with a diasporic consciousness often find them in a state of this mimicry man, where there are always in a kind of, if we may say, a kind of a struggle, a kind of an internal conflict in which they are trying to find that what exactly their status is on the foreign land. So the main aim of this paper is to study the different kinds behind the sense of loss and ambivalence, and how the characters in the novel suffer with the same. Kiran Desai shows how diaspora outside the nation has a bigger responsibility to not let the culture die and keep it active. She gets an appreciation for making the readers understand that there is no gain once your identity is lost, and she shows the dichotomy the Indians are making themselves to go through. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for this beautiful presentation. And yes, diaspora and displacement, it always deals with the homelessness. And in many cases, diaspora is not chosen, but yeah, it is sometimes imposed. But in every case of diaspora, there is always loss of inheritance, whether you discover your identity or you are not able to discover your identity. But this, by bringing Homi K. Bhabha in the frame, Definitely, this diaspora can be soothing to a great extent by discovering one's own identity. So, but at the end, there will always be a kind of in betweenness. So, thank you for this beautiful presentation. And we have
Thank you, ma'am.
next presenter, Dr. Vijay Mangukia.
Excuse me. I hope I haven't missed my turn. I'm Gurman Singh.
Okay.
I think my name was.
Gurman Singh. Yes, you
Yes,
were
ma'am.
called. You were not here. So,
I'm sorry. I think
yeah.
there was some sort of glitch or
Yes.
something. I'll present after this
Uh-huh.
one. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure, sure. Dr. Vijay Mangukia, are you present here? No. Then I invite Gurman Singh for your presentation.
Thanks
Over
a
to
lot.
you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to briefly discuss a paper authored by Dr. Pooja Khanna and I, and it's titled Post-Coloniality Between the End of History and Metamodernism. Obviously, of course, during the inaugural session and the technical sessions, people have already discussed what the postmodern condition is, but I'd like to bring up Lyotard's idea of incredulity towards meta-narratives, because it connotes a sort of skepticism towards all truth claims and metaphysical dogmas. And we might trace this impulse to Nietzsche's declaration of the death of God, which does not entail disenchantment or secularization or even an anti-religious turn, but the liberation of heterogeneity and polyphony from the master signifier of the absolute. And of course, at the same time, we had the theories of Freud, Darwin, Marx, and this was followed by de Saussure's theories of science systems. And then we had the post-structuralist turn and onwards to postmodernism. And by this point, we had dismissed all edifices of Enlightenment modernity. Moving on to the end of history, this is Francis Fukuyama's end of history thesis, which he declared after the fall of the Soviet Union. And this one is rooted in Whiggish notions of history as an unrelenting march of scientific progress. So it doesn't refute meta narratives as much as it promises the completion of a meta narrative, the completion of history. Because he said that the fundamental principles inherent to history as a Western meta narrative stood completed. And this utopian this basically flattened all science and created a utopian consumerist free market democracy, which would be imported to the rest of the world, exported to the rest of the world. And the inertia of this cultural milieu was ironically something that postmodernism was perfect for. However, we also have to keep in mind that the end of history was only the end of a distinctly Western idea of history. Outside of the West, history continued to churn, and this became very obvious with the attacks on the World Trade Center, and then the war on terror, the 2008 financial crisis, and so on, and history came back to life. So now I move on to the idea of the modern. Weber commented that man's inherent metaphysical need for a meaningful cosmos is what basically gives us a basis for these meta master narratives, religion, mythology, and now in the modern age, we had ideology, politics, and eventually the cult of the self. All of these fulfill this cognitive need. Secular, disenchanted modernity replaced the medieval enchanted cosmos. And this modernity, of course, had roots in Renaissance humanism and the age of enlightenment, which inspired a sort of rational scientific temper within which man's inherent agency could be maximized. But then we have Heidegger, whose idea of destruction inspired Derrida's deconstruction. And this deconstruction of logocentrism, in turn, inspired an interrogation of the very grounds on which Western metaphysics operated. And yeah, so in a sense, modernity itself contained the seeds of its own undoing. And I think a good analogy for this would be how the scientific gaze, which examined and empirically examined the whole world, gave way to quantum mechanics and the subatomic uh, disciplines where empiricism could not really help. So we also need to understand that this was a distinctly European Enlightenment modernity, which was buttressed by colonialism and imperialism. And this was the modernity that most colonies interacted with. And this was, of course, India's uh, engagement with a very distinct idea of modernity rooted in the West. So modernism likewise inherited this meta-narrative from the West, as Jalal Qadir notes that modernism, in its attempt to engage with its past, was still rooted in emancipatory, soteriological, and progressive ideologies. But then moving on to postmodernism starts critiquing these ideas and questions the legitimacy of these engagements. It instead, yeah, so here I move to what Habermas says to Lyotard, that even this incredulity towards meta narratives that postmodernism talks of is still derived from modernism. So modernism as even as a critique or self-indictment is still part of the Western universal project, and so cannot proceed beyond this. And yeah, so even Anthony King says that postmodernism is a belated prism through which the West recognize the world outside themselves and the decenterings, cultural relativizations, and contradictions that followed. So, yes, so us who in the third world were brought to interact with modernity through this European Enlightenment lens, now as postmodern subjects have to engage with uh, we have to engage with internalized modes of coloniality. And for this, I propose the strategy of catachresis, which Spivak took from Derrida. And catachresis basically means that a sign is forcibly imposed or ascribed onto a meaning which does not yet have its own sign. So there's a gap or an aporia between the sign and the meaning, and between the sign and the meaning, we have the opportunity to appropriate and to recode that sign and use it to our advantage. The other strategy that we can use is of bricolage, which Derrida took from Levi Strauss. And bricolage basically means to make use of whatever tools we have at hand without ideological allegiance to any ideas. This is how, despite operating in a field that still carries the trace of a colonial modernity, we can still operate as free subjects. One example of this, I think, in our digital realm would be through um, memes, and of also like with the introduction of the internet to almost every city and village in India, in Africa, in China, and so on, we have the potential for very new socialities and semiotic languages to be created. And this will happen in the flattened hyperreal space of the internet, away from the hegemonies that us in academia or in politics are subject to. So I think there we have space for a sort of liberatory, newer sort of semiotic language to be created, which to me seems an optimistic way to end this presentation. Thanks a lot.
Uh, Thank you, sir. Thank you for bringing in the light end of history notion, and most of us are aware of this dehistoricized intention of the postmodernist world. And you very well placed the idea of discourses created by Michel Foucault, Derrida, and all. But still, there is a thing that I would like to add on, like in post-structuralist and in postmodernist world. Often we are talking about end of history, and you yourself mentioned in your presentation that end of history, we do not mean the end of metaphysical history or the Western history only. Probably this would be the right kind of interpretation if we are talking about end of history. That means the end of canonical discourses which have occupied centrality from ages and ages, and there are still legends and different canons which are not known to the people. So bringing to those interiors of the history will be right kind of end of history, and the replacements by memes and other low mimetic kind of structure, I think it's not the right kind of end of history. There can be the proper substitution, yet it depends on the kind of text you consider. Thank you for your presentation, and it was nice to go through one another phase of postmodernist discourse you brought into light. Thanks
Thank you,
again.
Dr. Thank you.
We have Dr. Vijay Mangukia. Probably he's not present here. So I hope all the presenters mentioned in this session, they have done their presentation.
Ma'am, I'm Vishnu
Gurman
Prasad
Singh,
Gogoi.
Guntas Kaur, Vishnu Prasad Gogoi.
Yeah, my name is in the list, or I just want to inquire whether my name is there or not. Vishnu Prasad Gogoi.
Yes, sir, have you done your presentation?
No, ma'am. No,
Okay.
I didn't do.
Sir, over to you. You present.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Vishnu Prasad Gogoi. I'm working as an assistant professor in the Department of English, the Kaziranga University. That's in Jorhat, Assam. And my topic for presentation is Eco-Critical Perspectives in Disgrace by J.M. Koije, Nature, Environment, and Human Nature Relationship. If I talk about Disgrace by J.M. Koije, it is a novel that leads itself well to... Yeah. Okay, sir. Let me try. So it's too dark out here, but still I think I may be visible. So, the problem is that the camera is not so perfect, sir. Let me try. Now is it visible?
We want to have a look
Let
at your
me try.
video. Hello.
Yeah, sir.
We want to see your
I'm
beautiful
extremely,
face.
I'm extremely sorry because of the quality of the camera. Let me try again. Yes. Okay. Sir. Yeah. The novel is Disgrace by J.M. Coetzee, and this novel that totally leads itself to eco-critical perspectives, exploring the intricate connections between the nature, the environment, and human nature relationship. I'm going to discuss some of the key points in just to consider when examining the eco-critical themes in this particular novel. And as we all know that this novel is set in post-apartheid South Africa, and the landscape is deeply affected by the historical context of colonization. And I think eco-critics might analyze how the environment reflects the scars of colonial exploitation and the consequences of human, what we can say, dominance over nature. Koichi also uses what we can say animal symbolism to convey environmental themes. For instance, for example, the protagonist, David Lurie, has a complex relationship with animals and especially the dogs. And this can be interpreted as a commentary on the exploitation and the mistreatment of the natural world by humans, paralleling the what we can say mistreatment of animals in the story. David's daughter Lucy lives on a farm, and the novel delves into the challenges of farming in the South African landscape. The novel also explores the tension between the need for cultivation and the preservation of the natural environment, prompting readers to consider the ethical implications of human intervention in what we can say nature. The characters in this particular novel often experience what I can feel is a sense of displacement and alienation from the mainland. And this can be explored from an eco-critical perspective as a consequence of environmental degradation and exploitation, suggesting that the mistreatment of nature can lead to a sense of loss and disconnection. Eco-critics might also examine the gendered aspects of this novel, particularly the experiences of women in the relation to the environment. Because as I can observe that Lucy's character in particular undergoes significant changes that can be analyzed through an eco-feminist lens, exploring the intersection of gender and also ecology. I can also feel that the novel raises questions about ethical responsibility towards the environment. Characters are forced to confront their actions and the consequences of these choices on what we can say the natural world, and this invites an exploration of the novel's stance on ecological ethics and the broader implications for society. The novelist Coetzee also uses descriptions of weather, nature, climate, and the overall atmosphere to convey the mood of the novel. And changes in the natural environment often parallel the emotional and what we can say psychological stress of the characters, offering a nuanced perspective on the interconnectedness of human and natural realms. If After analyzing this particular novel from eco-critical perspectives, it also leads to several conclusions and insights about the novel's engagement with nature, the environment, and the human nature relationship. If I can say that the novel suggests that the scars of colonization extend beyond political and social realms to impact the environment, and the exploitation of land and resources during the colonial era has lasting effects on the natural landscape, highlighting the interconnectedness of historical injustices and what you can say environmental degradation. Another aspect, what Coetzee prompts, is the readers to confront ethical dilemmas associated with human interactions with the environment. Characters in the novel grapple, what we can say, with decisions that have ecological consequences, emphasizing the need for responsible and sustainable approaches to the natural world. The use of animal symbolism and what I can say the portrayal of nature as a backdrop to human drama underscore the symbolic importance of the natural world and ecological consequences that really makes parallel between the treatment of animals, and I can also see that the broader ecological context emphasizing the need for compassionate and respectful what we can say relationship with nature. The the characters also experience displacement and alienation, and that can be interpreted as metaphors for the broader environmental crisis, and the loss of connection to the land and the sense of not belonging also reflect the consequences of environmental degradation and exploitation, suggesting that the mistreatment of nature really leads to a profound disconnection from the environment. So, in conclusion, what I can conclude is that an eco-critical analysis of disgrace by J.M. Koije can unveil the novel's rich exploration of environmental themes, offering a nuanced perspective on the relationship or complex relationships between humans and the natural world. It also prompts the readers to reflect on the ethical dimensions of their interactions with the the environment and consider the broader implications of environmental degradation on individual and at the societal levels. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for bringing forth this eco-critical perspective and the themes related to the environmental studies in the J.M. Koji's well-known novel Grace. Thank you again. Do we have any presenter left in the session? No. So should we move towards the end of this session? Okay. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. So we are moving towards the registrar, sir. We are moving towards the end of this session. Okay. So I'm grateful to Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, MMUT and Achiever Fountains for organizing this conference and giving me this opportunity to chair the technical session. Okay. Have you to present paper? Yes.
Ma'am, if we are done with the presentation, we can close the Google Meet.
Yes, we are towards the end of the session, and that's what I show my regard and my gratefulness towards the organizers, Achiever Foundation and MMUT. And really, this session was very enlightening and almost the wide perspectives of postmodern area is covered up. And as we all are aware of the idea, like postmodernism in any direction, if we take the definition, it is going to be deathless, styleless, and decathicated and dehistoricized. It is anti-elitist concept. All in all, the papers have highlighted the what is the main aim of postmodernism and how the literature celebrates nowadays with a very confidence the chaos of thought and loss of beauty and coherence and ideals. So as far as the bringing of the margin into the center is concerned, it is a very nice beautiful idea, but what kind of margin we are bringing in the center, this is also a question to be addressed via this conference. With this note, I extend my thanks to the organizers and to the beautiful paper presenters. Thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. She was Dr. Mahima Singh from DAV College, Varanasi. She added certain insights from her own side in connection with the papers presented by various participants. Thank you. We are closing this hall 1 now. Thank you all.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.